Okay, so now I am starting the YouTube live.
Okay.
Okay.
टेम्पल वीडियो का वॉल्यूम नहीं है, बहुत कम है. Is
Okay,
it
let's increase your volume. I think it is playing little bit.
okay? All right.
No, he is increasing as well.
Okay. Good, good.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, Jinder.
Anupam bhai, can you unmute yourself? Anupam bhai, unmute yourself. Anupam bhai,
Yeah.
during the break, can you call me?
Yes.
During the break, call me up during the break. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
ટેમ્પલ વિડિયો ચાલુ રાખો. ટેમ્પલ વિડિયો.
Okay.
ઓકે, છેલ્લી 2 મિનિટ સુધી.
Yeah.
ઓકે, પ્લીઝ. યા. થેન્ક યુ.
Harish bhai, can you continue playing that temple video? Uday bhai.
Yeah, one sec. Hello, everyone. We will start the program in a couple of minutes. So the time is nearly 8:58. So we'll just wait a couple of minutes, and then the first item will be our prayer, Nokar Mantra. So again, we are a couple of minutes there. We are waiting for others to join. I'm really delighted to have you back today. Today is the third day, and we had a wonderful participation during the first 2 days. And it looks like after all the hard work all of our committee have done, looks like it is materializing. So anyway, in another minute, we'll start the Nokar Mantra. By the way, I would like to acknowledge the singing part of the Nokar Mantra was composed by a group in Kenya, in Nairobi. So wonderful. And the two prayers that you listen to, the one prayer was for the scriptures, Dwadasangi prayer, and the second prayer was for the goddess Saraswati. So all three items were composed by a group in Nairobi, and they have done a wonderful job, really wonderful job. And the composer and singing was done by Nitin Bhai, and another singer was Shital Shah. Shital Shah happens to be the niece of my wife, Monorama Shah. Okay, IT team, please, we can start the Nokar Mantra prayer. So please start the Nokar Mantra prayer. Thank you.
ॐ नमो अरिहन्ताणं नमो सिद्धाणं नमो आयर्याणं नमो उवज्झायाणं नमो लोये सव्वसाहूणम् ऐसो पंचनमुकारो सर्वपावपणासनो मङ्गलाणं च सव्वेसिं परमं हवै मङ्गलम् परमं हवै मङ्गलम्।
Everybody, welcome back. Glad to have you on the third day of the symposium. I have a couple of announcements to make before we start the program. Many of you may know our organization of the symposium committees. We have two committees. We have scientific committee and we have organizing committee. In the scientific committee, we have 3 scholars, which is the scientific committee is led by Professor Surendra Jain. He is a very eminent mathematician. The other 2 members of the scientific committee. Hello, everybody, please mute yourself. We don't. So other 2 members of the scientific committees are from France is Dr. Catherine Singh and Professor Kenneth Pugh from Yale University. In the organizing committee, we have Dr. Sulek Jain, Dr. Manoj Jain, Professor Anupam Jain, myself, and MIT. From MIT, we have Dr. Devrat Shah. So this organizing committee and scientific committee, we work together. The main function of the scientific committee to ensure that we do produce the best quality papers, and this effort will be led by Professor Surendra Jain. So all the papers we have received, they will go through very thorough review, perhaps by professional review, and we will send the papers back to all the writers to incorporate our comments. The next thing we like to, today is the third day. So at the end of all the speakers, our session chair, Dr. Narendra Bhandari, he will summarize the session. And after the summary of the session, we have a panel discussion. The panel discussion will be led by Professor Surendra Jain. Now, the best part of the whole program today is the what do you call the ending ceremony, the closing ceremony, which is prepared by the Jain Center of Greater Boston. So after the panel discussion, please stay and watch our colorful and musical program, the closing ceremony, which is composed by and created by the Jain Center of Greater Boston. And during this closing ceremony, what you will see on the video, you will get the flavor of how the Jain centers are run in USA, how the parsalas are run, and how the teachers and executive committees and how the temple programs are run. So we'll present the synopsis of different items which are typical of all the Jain center in USA. So with this, I would like to introduce you today's session chair. By the way, today's session chair, we have one of the eminent scholar and scientist, Dr. Narendra Bhandari. He obtained his PhD from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. And he has made pioneer contribution to India's first mission to moon, Chandrayaan-1. He is a senior professor at Physical Research Laboratory of Department of Space in India. He served as the president of International Lunar Exploration Working Group, and he has numerous awards. The best award that I like, he has also been conferred is the Marwar Ratna Award. Marwar is the Bhumi of Rana Pratap and the Bhumi of the Jain donor Bhamasha. It was a Bhamasha as well, kept Rana Pratap running. Jai Marwar, Jai Marwar. And he holds presently, Dr. Bhandari, he holds the chair at Science and Spirituality Research Institute, and he's a president of the Jain Academy of Scholars. So let's welcome Dr. Narendra Bhandari. IT team, please bring the Dr. Bhandari on the spotlight, please.
Dr. Bhandari, you might want to unmute yourself.
Dr. Bhandari, yeah, please unmute yourself. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Bhandari will introduce all the scholars before they make the presentation.
Dr. Bhandari is still muted.
Okay, now you are unmuted, Dr. Bhandari.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think let us begin. Today we have a very interesting session. We have 8 papers here, and at the end of the session, we have this very interesting panel discussion, which will be led by Dr. Surendra Jain. So to start with, I'd like to introduce Dr. Anupam Jain, whom you all know very well, who is a pioneer and a renowned scholar of Jain mathematics. Actually, he started the whole thing many years ago. He did his PhD on Jain mathematics, and he has written many books. He's a prolific writer. He has written several papers and articles, and he brought the Jain mathematics to limelight. He has presided over many societies, more than a dozen, and mainly it is the Kunda Gyan Peeth, where I met him last year. And he has dozens of awards. He has been given award by Gyanmati Mataji, and he has actually initiated the whole thing, which is the topic of today's our seminar. So with these words, I'd like to invite Dr. Anupam Jain to present his summary of today's proceedings.
Respected Professor Bhandari, Dr. Sulet Jain, Pankaj Bhai, respected Professor S.C. Agrawal sir, and friends. In the light of yesterday's discussion, I want to say a few words. No subject loses more than mathematics to dissociate it from its own history. Therefore, serious attempt has been made to compile the history of mathematics. And all these compilation of history of mathematics was made by mathematician, not by any person of other discipline. The very famous book, History of Mathematics by David Eugene Smith, and some other renowned books by E.T. Bale, Florin Kazori, Warden, Kalingera, and recent publication of George Ifra came into picture. In the various part of world, several histories was compiled by different scholar on regional basis, in which Greek mathematics, Chinese mathematics, Japanese mathematics, Indian mathematics are very popular. Not on the basis of the region, but on the basis of the religion also. History of mathematics was written. History of Hindu mathematics by B.B. Dutt, Muslim contribution to mathematics by Abdullah Al-Tuffa, and recent publication, Modern Mathematics in Applied Buddhism by Barua is the example, are the examples. But there is no book on Jain school of mathematics. I don't want to undermine the mathematics because I am a mathematician. We give full importance to mathematics, but to make the maximum utilization of the efforts of the mathematician, it is essential that we compile the history of mathematics. Whenever we say about the Jain school of mathematics and Jain mathematics, it means the mathematics available in Jain canonical and non-canonical literature. It is not a branch of the mathematics, but it is a mathematics which is developed by the Jain scholars or the mathematics which is found in the Jain literature. Friends, some attempts has been made by Professor L.C. Jain by writing the exact sciences, two small booklet under the name Exact Sciences from Jaina sources. One is basic mathematics and another is astronomy and cosmology. The 7 big volumes are not able to provide a glimpse of the Jain school of mathematics to the common man or the common mathematician. Of course, they are very useful for the person who are very much interested in the Jain school of mathematics. Therefore, we have planned As a member of the organizing committee, I want to say that we have planned this international symposium on Jainism and mathematics to to highlight the facts which is available in the Jain canonical literature and the mathematical texts written by the Jain scholars. And in the very first day, we have given emphasis on the canonical type of canonical mathematics, or the mathematics found in Jain canonical literature, in which we have got the blessing of Acharya Nandi Ghoshji and the two very senior scholars, Professor Dani and Dr. R.S. Shah, contributed their papers. Young scholars like Jitendra Sharma and Dr. Pragati Jain also presented the things which are related to the Jain canons. Friends, second day is totally devoted to Mahaviracharya, except two papers, one from Balram Singh and another from myself. All the 5 papers are devoted to Mahaviracharya, who is the pioneer of the exclusive class of the Jain mathematics, means the mathematician who exclusively written the mathematical text, and they are very useful and used by the scholars and the students throughout the country. And there is a strong need. At present, there is a strong need to bring out a new edition of Ganesh Sar Sangra as suggested by Catherine Maurice Singh of France. She was not present due to some unavoidable circumstances, but it is her recommendation, and she has written his thesis, PhD thesis on Tiloy Pandati and Ganesh Sar Sangra. Now this third day, which is very important and have a different flavor. In 1929, Professor B.B. Dutt written that it should be noted that necessity to learn mathematics arise by it should be noted that necessity for Jain priests to learn mathematics arise by way of finding proper place and time, like Diksha and Pratishtha for religious ceremonies. So astronomy is an integral part of the Jain school of mathematics, and today there are 2 very important papers on astronomy. Jain astronomy. People say astronomy is astronomy. There is no difference, but there is a difference. There is a lot of difference between Vedanga Jyotish, pre-Siddhantic astronomy, Jain astronomy, post or Vedanga astronomy. And all these things will be cleared by the S.K. Bandi in his papers. And Pankaj Bhai itself written Beginning of the Cosmos, a very important book which put before you why the study of Jain astronomy is essential for history of Jainism. So many facts related to Jain history will be confirmed on the basis of the astronomical data available in Jain canonical literature. So we find 2 very important presentations today by Pankaj Bhai Shah and S.K. Bandi sir. Dr. Raja Ram Mohan Rai will present regarding Pascal's tangent, which is really Meru Prastar. But the interesting part of today's presentation is Professor S.C. Agarwal, who is my teacher also, who guided me in my PhD thesis, will put before you the jewels which is found in the ancient civilization from 0 to 20. I respect Professor Agarwal, and I'm glad to note that he is here to bless me. Now, one more important presentation is by Professor P.M. Agarwal. Professor P.M. Agarwal is basically a professor of physics. He taught physics in Vikram University, Ujjain, and made researches, very important researches at Oklahoma State University as in the field of chemical physics. He is very much interested in the Dravyan Yoga, or the Samay Sar, which is the topmost text of Dravyan Yoga in Jain tradition, written by Acharya Kundkund, and the translation of this important text Samay Sar was published by Kundkund Gyanpid, whose name just taken by Professor Bhandari. So we have published the English translation of Professor Agrawal in 3 volumes under the title Soul Science. So today's presentation are very important. Trapti, then young lady, will present a different aspect of the Karma Granthas, and you will find that this point should be studied and included. After all, the aim of this symposium is to cover the different aspect of Jain School of Mathematics, and I hope that with the efforts of the scientific committee and our colleague members of the organizing committee, we succeeded in it, and it will be evaluated in the panel discussion. Thank you to all of you.
So, thank you, Professor Anupam Jain, for this nice introduction to today's proceedings. As you said, the Jain mathematics was developed, the real motivation for it was karma theory and astronomy and astrology, which require different types of calculations, large numbers, infinities, and so on. So there was a specific motivation for all this, and that is why this Jain mathematics is quite different from what we handle from day to day in our normal life. So this is the importance, and I am very happy to welcome now Professor S.C. Agarwal, whom you all know because he chaired yesterday's session. He has been the Vice Chancellor of Shobit University, Meerut, and formerly he was a professor and head of Department of Mathematics at CCS University, Indore. We will talk about a very important topic dealing with numbers from 1 to infinity in ancient civilizations and how they shaped the early mathematics. So you know that when we are talking of infinity, other civilizations were only not able to even count numbers. There are many of them. And so we were much advanced. And this is the point really of today's discussion, that we don't confine only to mathematics, but its application to astronomy, astrophysics, astrology, and so on. So we'll come to all this, and let me, with these words, invite Professor S.C. Agarwal to give his talk. You have 20 minutes, sir, and if you want some questions and answers, please leave a few minutes. So, Professor Agarwal.
Dr. Agrawal.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Bhandari, for very kind words. And I thank the organizers of this symposium for inviting me. And I really feel pleasure and privilege to be a part of this very important international symposium on Jainism and mathematics. I'm coming to the topic straight away, and this is my second slide. This is how the topics I'm going to take. To start with, it seems safe, reasonable, logical, and based upon facts to make the statement that as the civilizations advanced, the numbers advanced. I'm tempted to make the stronger statement that the civilizations could not have advanced without numerals and counting. The ancient civilizations must have realized that for a civilized living, counting and numbers were as essential as the language for communication. I quote an ancient Mesopotamian proverb which not only equates mathematical skill with the mental ability, but also shows the respect and reverence the Mesopotamians had for mathematics. The proverb says, "A mind that does not know accounting, is it a mind that has intelligence?" So, as I said, I'm going to focus on these topics. My next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Coming to Jainism, in very brief, I found it an important, fully developed, and well established religious and cultural system retaining certain most primitive conceptions. Whereas the Jaina temples and sculptures depict the great principles, values, and culture of Jainism, the Jaina manuscripts clearly speak of the scientific and mathematical heritage of Jainism. A large number of eminent scholars from India and outside have contributed to the study of Jain philosophy, Jainism and science, and Jaina mathematics. I suggest to read the views of Major General Furlong, renowned for the studies on comparative religion, Professor Heinrich Zimmer, German Indologist and linguist, as well as a historian of South Asian art and known for his works on myths and symbols in Indian art and civilization and philosophy of India. And another eminent German Indologist, Hermann George Jacobi. Jainism believes in reincarnation, in the pursuit of ultimate liberation from endless reincarnation. This word endless is very important. And immortality of soul, so that the soul escapes the continuous endless cycle of birth, death, and rebirth and lives in a state of spiritual blessedness. Three jewels and five great woes are important principles of Jainism. My first point here is this, that could this essence of faith be a foundation of Jaina infinity? The ancient Indian mathematics has its glorious roots in as far back as Harappan or the Indus Valley civilization, and flourished in Vedic period, Salva Sutra period, and the commonly accepted Jaina period from 500 BCE to 500 CE. Though relatively little has been researched and documented about this Jaina period, there are evidence to show that Jain scholars contributed in many areas such as astronomy, cosmology, and mathematics. The views of G.G. Joseph given on the slide are important. The extraordinary teacher and scholar Aryabhatta was the prominent Indian astronomer and mathematician of 5th century of the Common Era, who made significant contributions in the field of astronomy and mathematics. This name came many times in the second day lectures. Whereas on one hand, this is absolutely fair and reasonable to look at Aryabhatta's work as the beginning of a new classical period for Indian mathematics, the recent research, on the other hand, shows that he represented the end product of a mathematical period of which little is known, the period from 500 BCE to 500 CE, which can be considered as the period of Jaina mathematics. I make my important point. The mathematics, therefore, of Aryabhatta is not to be seen in isolation, but as a culmination of Jain mathematics. There are three reasons why Jain mathematics is important of this period. Number one, Jain mathematics of this period is the crucial link between mathematics of Vedic period and that of the classical period. Some important mathematical contributions were made, my second point, in this period that laid a strong foundation of Newton's calculus and Cantor's theory. And number three, this was the time when Jaina scholars were discussing, debating, and trying to understand the nature and structure of the universe in its entirety, its shape. There is some disturbance. Size, origin, purpose, and inner working. Naturally, the study of the universe and cosmos could not have been possible without some knowledge of necessarily required mathematics, especially the number systems. The slide shows some religious. My next slide, please. This slide shows some religious works notable for the development. Needless to say that the mathematics was developed side by side with the Jaina philosophy. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yes. Coming to mathematics and ancient civilizations. This is true that almost all ancient civilizations contribute to the development of numerals and number systems. The numbers and bases became the language of civilization in their quest to understand cosmos and perhaps the nature of God. Due to the paucity of time and the fact that major agenda of this talk is to discuss Jain mathematics and how Jaina beliefs shaped early mathematics, I will mention only some important points about Mesopotamian, Maya, Egyptian, and ancient Indian civilizations. Next slide, please. Yeah. 4 types of written numeral systems are available: simple, multiplicative, ciphered, and positional. I'm not going into the details. Mesopotamian numerals. When I say Mesopotamian, it includes Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian. They were excellent mathematicians. They developed sexagesimal place value system, and in fact, the Sumerians are known for developing the earliest known writing system, a pictographic writing system called cuneiform script, which they inscribed on clay tablets. The Babylonians inherited the idea of base 60 from Sumerians and Akkadians and developed a positional or place value system, sexadecimal system. This was considered as the greatest and most outstanding achievement of Babylonians. However, the Babylonian place value system neither had a placeholder symbol corresponding to our 0 nor a symbol corresponding to our decimal point. They developed it in around 300 before Common Era. Coming to Mayan numerals, they shared 2 fundamental discoveries. One is positional number system. they developed actually two place value systems. In one place value system, they had 20 as primary base and 5 as an auxiliary base. This was called vigesimal system. In the second system, they had mixed primary base of 18 and 20 and 5 as an auxiliary base. This was called modified vigesimal system. A very famous example is snake numbers, where the numbers represented were of significance in Mayan cosmology. Regarding the use of zero, the Mayans were using zero as early as 36 before Common Era, but only as a placeholder and did not work as an operator, possibly because of the mixed base system. The historian and Maya architect working in Maya architecture, Dr. Diana Davies has written a lot about Mayan civilization. Coming to Egyptian civilization, they recorded their mathematics on paper-like material called papyri. Ames papyri and Moscow papyri are two important sources of mathematics. They used three types of numerals: hieroglyphic, hieratic, and demotic. Their system was not positional. It was additive system based on the powers of 10. Next slide, please. Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist mathematics. And strong foundation of decimal system was laid ever since the Harappan period. The historians have different views regarding the origin of decimal system. However, leaving this controversy aside for the time being, I mention the views of Laplace. All of us are familiar. I quote, "The ingenious method of expressing every possible number using a 10 symbols, each symbol having a place value and an absolute value, emerged from India. The idea seems so simple nowadays that its significance and profound importance is no longer appreciated. Its simplicity lies in the way it facilitated calculation and places arithmetic foremost among useful inventions. The importance of this invention is more readily appreciated when we consider that it was beyond the two greatest men of antiquity, the Archimedes and Apollonius." Regarding the development of zero and Bakshali manuscript, I am suggesting two must-reading books. One is Zero, the Bibliography of a Dangerous Idea by Charles Safe. The other is Nothing, That Is, A Natural History of Zero by Robert Kaplan. And I'm quoting Peter Francis de Satoy, the author of The Music of Primes. But the creation of zero as a number in its own right, which evolved from the placeholder dot symbol found in Bakshali manuscript, was one of the greatest breakthrough in the history of mathematics. Next slide, please. Coming to fascination with large numbers, we find that large numbers are available in Vedicism, in Jainism, as you can see here. Next slide. My next slide, please. We find very large numbers in cosmology and Jamudvip. Dr. R.C. Gupta, in his very brilliant paper, has given the lower bound of Jaganya Parit Asankhyat. It's a very huge number. Next slide, please. We find large numbers in Buddhism. These two books, Ladith Vista, this gives large numbers as large as 10 to the power 421 and as small as this number given here, 0.00, etc., which gives the size of carbon atom. In Avantamsaka Sutra, Buddhist literature, we find this large number, and in the Chinese translation also of this text, we find another large number, Nirvilipya Parvarta. Next slide. Coming back to the emergence of Jain mathematics, only the period 500 BCE to 500 CE, which we are considering. It was this time that the focus from mathematics and religion was shifted to mathematics and cosmology. There was deep understanding of infinite and infinitesimal system, indices, logarithms, permutation and combinations. Classification of numbers was given in Surya Pragyapti, and so on. Next slide. Sthanang Sutra, it lists the topics which made up the mathematics studied at that time. We can say that this was in my study, I could say that this was the only first book which defined the syllabus of mathematics. In this period, the Jaina scholars were trying to understand the answer of some fundamental questions such as the shape, size, and internal functioning of the universe, infinity and transfinite numbers, mathematics as a subject in itself rather than a service provider. Next slide, please.
Sir, can you finish in 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure. Coming to infinity, we find infinity in Jain literature. They were the first to tell that not all infinities are same and there are different infinities, a concept which Newton gave after 2000 years. Anyway, I am just giving my conclusion. After mentioning that, I'm not in any case underestimating the contribution of Newton. Great mathematician, contributed immensely to mathematics in set theory and developing the theory of infinity. However, what I say that these ideas were given by Jain mathematicians 2000 years ago from Newton. Just to conclude and summarize, many ancient civilizations contribute to the development of number systems, often independently. The achievement of Jaina scholars in their most productive period and after were astonishing. Though, as emphasized yesterday by Anupam Jain also, the mathematics was initially contained in religious texts. The Jaina scholars changed the role of mathematics from service provider to mathematics for its own sake, an abstract discipline, and focus evolved from mathematics and religion to mathematics and cosmology. The canonical text Sthanang Sutra provided the list of topics to be studied. Now, very important, Jaina belief in endless reincarnation. Jaina belief of origin, shape, size, and inner working and purpose of universe, and Jaina belief in cosmology and Jambudvip possibly laid the foundation of Jaina infinity or Jaina infinities, which I should say. The Jaina scholars were pioneers of the concept of unity and stated very clearly that there are different infinities and not all infinities are same, a concept given by Cantor after 2000 years. They did not develop a rigorous theory of transfinite numbers, which they could have, due to the fact that the entire efforts of scriptures, including mathematics, were directed towards the realization of soul, nothing else. And the mathematics was just a tool while soul was the goal. As already said, it remains unclear why 2000 years passed between the first documented and the modern concept of infinity. More research is needed on Jaina texts of this era to elucidate how infinity was conceived and used, and why it may have been lost for almost 2000 years. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Agarwal, for this very interesting historical perspective of numbers. We'll discuss some salient points later, but one point I can't resist mentioning here,
Yes,
that just now we are looking for extraterrestrial life, and we are trying to develop what we call lingua cosmica. How do we talk to them? And that is where what you said is important, that people who don't know numbers are not intelligent. So if you are looking for intelligent life, then we send them. The only communication method we have is radio waves. So we send once, then after some time twice, then after some time thrice, and after sometimes, we go on increasing and repeating this. So this is very important, that I think one can contribute to this very important subject of developing a cosmic language. And I think what you said is very pertinent in this connection. So thank you very much again for a very interesting exposition. And now we come to our next paper, which will be given by Professor Agarwal, Parasmal Agarwal, and Renu Jain. Professor Agarwal is a very renowned physicist, as already introduced before. And he has, his book, Science of Soul, that is what his main or an important contribution to Jainism. He has written many books, and he has this translated in a very precise manner, this book on Samaysar by Kunda Acharya. Professor Renu Jain is from Indore and is a Vice Chancellor, and they have this joint paper. The topic is some concepts of statics, dynamics, and quantum theory in Jain scriptures. I just want to mention that Professor Agarwal is now in Udaipur, and he has he's contributing immensely to understanding the basic concepts of quantum mechanics in Jainism. With these few words, I invite Professor Agarwal and Professor Renu Jain, who is going to present the paper.
Thank you, Dr. Bhandari ji. Next slide, please.
respected chairman, respected scholars, my friends. As a physicist, I would present my ideas and my concepts that I understood, which are in the border of physics and mathematics. Next slide, please. And it is important for my lecture that I give an overall view of the total contents of cosmos. Total word is important. It covers everything. In this table, there are 6 rows and 4 columns. In the first row, there are 6 kinds of substances in this whole cosmos. First kind is Jeev, popular name souls. And how many? There are infinite souls. These are some elementary concepts, but I want to take out and extract physics and mathematics behind these contents. Infinite souls, and this infinite neither decreases by 1 nor increases by 1. This is fixed infinite, always infinite. Nobody created even single soul, and nobody can destroy single soul. And this list, this infinite includes my soul, your soul, soul of bacteria, soul of Aran, soul of Siddha, all souls. Next row gives, please, next row gives infinite Pudgal Paramanus as second kind of dravya we call, and in popular name is matter or energy. And it is very interesting again that in 1905, the whole world knew Einstein's mass energy equation. That before 1905, mass and energy were separate things. But Jains were saying from the very beginning that matter is also Parmanu and energy also Parmanu. So, and again, this neither increases by 1 nor increases by 1. So this covers law of conservation of energy, including mass as the form of energy. And the third kind of dravya is medium of motion. Count is 1. Fourth is medium of rest. Count is 1. Fifth, we say space. Count is 1. And time particle, sixth, there are innumerable Kalanos. Next slide, please. Now, we come to space. The figure which is shown on the left side, this shows the small part of space, infinite space, but this is a small part of space that contains all material things, all other dravyas, and all living beings. And outside this boundary, there is nothing, only space. Next, please. Next slide, please. Now I am to take medium of rest. It is an eternal substance. It pervades the whole cosmos. And for stoppage of moving material substance or living beings, it becomes instrumental cause. And it suggests concept of absolute rest. Why? Why it talks of absolute rest? Because the space is also fixed, and this medium of rest is also fixed. It has shape and size of the cosmos. It has shape and size of Lokakash. And we say that train has stopped on platform, but actually we do not know whether it is stopped, because earth is also moving and train is moving with the earth. So this adharma dravya, this medium of rest, becomes operational when something is in real sense rest. So in that sense, this adharma dravya is important, that it reminds us of idea of absolute rest, which was discussed in physics 120 years, 130 years back in the form of ether and Michelson-Morley experiment and other things. And those even today who are interested in ether are some absolute frame of reference which is at rest for them. Adharma dravya gives good signal. I am not, to save time, I am not giving the stanza which is written here. Next slide, please. Similarly, another is medium of motion. And again, it has shape and size same as of Lokakash. And it is instrumental in motion. It means motion would not be possible without it. And what would be its significance? Its significance, it does not, it looks trivial. I am moving. I do not see importance of dharma dravya. But when I would get liberation, when a soul gets liberated, Bhagwan Mahavir's soul got liberated. From middle, it goes, the soul goes at the topmost location. But beyond that boundary, soul cannot cross. Tattva Sutra says dharmastikaya bhavat. There is absence of dharma dravya, so soul cannot cross the boundary. So it applies for every other substance. So in a sense, because of absence of dharma dravya outside the cosmos, nothing can cross this lokakash. For mathematicians, for physicists, it is very important to recognize as if cosmos neither contracts nor expands. This is very important, those who are interested in cosmology. And one cannot cross, even light rays cannot cross that finite cosmos. So again, I'm skipping the reference source. It is given in Davya Sangra and many other governments are also and provisions are also. Next, please. Now I come to quantum theory. Just give me 5 seconds, please. Almost everybody is familiar. It is most successful, valuable, and respectable mechanics. And many Nobel Prize awards to the scientists in this area. And development of computers, mobiles, etc. could not be possible without it. And as seen on the right side, book like Quantum Theory for Mathematicians. It is quantum theory is important for mathematicians also. So what is, why I am touching, I would show why it is important for this lecture. Next, please. Next slide, please. So there are concepts in concept of Pradesh in Jain School of Metaphysics. Quantization of space is there. I would skip some part and I am just giving hint here. There is description of samay and there cannot be fraction of samay. Samay is also quantum, has quantum nature. So there is concept of quantization of time. And there is concept of boson-like things also. There are in same space, many atoms, many parmanus can stay together. So those who are familiar with bosons of quantum mechanics, they recognize that it is a boson-like nature, that many parmanus can stay at the same location. Similarly, many siddhas, many souls can stay in the same location. So again, it is boson-like behavior. And we know about electrons. Electrons are fermions because they cannot share same quantum state. Electrons cannot share. So like electrons, we have concept of Kalanos, time particles, they are separate. They do not share same space. So they are not exactly fermions. Similarly, Parmanus are not exactly, but they are boson-like and fermion-like. So Kalanos are fermions-like. So next, please. So what I spoke, there are shlokas about it. I would read only one stanza given by Acharya Kundakunda before 2000 years. He writes in Pravchansa, I am giving only meaning to save time. Meaning, the space occupied by one Parmanu is called one Pradesh of space. And that space of one Pradesh is capable of accommodating simultaneously all Parmanus of the cosmos. So there can be, one can find more details as time permits. And my actual paper, I have covered details of all these things. Similarly, and you see the boson concept also in this stanza. So I skip and I go to next. Next slide, please. Now, we come to a very interesting point. We know quantum mechanics is highly respectable and valuable. But we see some very, very uncomfortable remarks about quantum mechanics. And from top level scientists, just see, Niels Bohr, who gave atomic structure, who was awarded Nobel Prize, he writes, if quantum mechanics has not profoundly shocked you, you have not understood it yet. It means, it says that it is quantum mechanics is shocking. Einstein writes, God does not play die. I look upon quantum mechanics with admiration and suspicion. And we have strange books such as The Ghost in the Atom, published in 1986 by Cambridge University Press. Next, please. So why does Einstein have suspicion over quantum mechanics? So there are many reasons. The main reason is, for my talk, I am focusing on Heisenberg's uncertainty relation. Just see this diagram on this slide on the left side. We are familiar with this diagram of atom and orbits. But quantum mechanics says no, electron cannot have definite position and momentum. So orbit concept is not right, it is incorrect. Quantum mechanics says there is always uncertainty in position and momentum with every particle. And there is definite formula also, delta P delta X is greater than or equal to h cross by 2. I am not going to that. But instead of left side diagram, quantum mechanics talks of electron as cloud. And just see the diagram shown, as if electron in atom is behaving as cloud. So quantum mechanics gives picture like this probability cloud. Now why I am taking these things here, just it would be clear in the next slide. Next slide, please. I'm asking that can genealogy be helpful? If yes, I would say if yes, then it would be $1 billion answer. And I know I cannot give answer exactly in yes, but it can give qualitatively answer in yes. Quantitatively, we cannot give mathematical model for this, but qualitatively answer is yes. How? Heisenberg's uncertainty principle or mind over matter may be due to the unaccounted karmic dust. Suppose a cashier is there and he is writing many entries, but he is missing some entry. If he is missing some entry, then his checkbook would not balance. His cash would not balance. So that means karmic dust is there, but we are not counting. We are unable to see karmic dust. We cannot identify karmic dust, but karmic dust is affecting our instrument. Karmic dust is affecting our things. So due to that karmic dust, there is uncertainty. So that is my point. If we are unable to detect karmic dust because of our ignorance, then it creates uncertainty. And since electron is bigger than karmic dust, and karmic dust particle consists of infinite Pudgal Parmanus, it means electron cloud can be qualitatively understood by assuming electron as a composite of infinite Pudgal Parmanus. So mathematical model based on the above assumption may be helpful. One can come out forward. I don't know whether it would materialize or not. Maybe many decades, maybe how many I can't say. But even David Bohm, also a big scientist, he also talked of hidden variables to take care of uncertainty principle. And we can easily understand qualitatively electron cloud by considering electron cloud as composite of infinite number of Pudgal Parmanus. So that way, the analogy gives some useful hint to modern scientists. Next, please. Now I give a summary that concept of medium of rest, adharma dravya, suggests the validity of absolute rest or the existence of eternal substance like ether. The finite size of medium of motion and medium of rest suggests the finite size of the cosmos having sharp rigid boundaries, and concept of electron as an assembly of infinite Pudgal Parmanus may be helpful, maybe not surely, may be helpful in explaining some key aspects of quantum mechanics and quantum nature of time and space, and boson and fermion like concepts are worth noting. And before concluding, I raise a question myself and I answer in 30 seconds in view of available some 1 or 2 minutes. I raise my question that if our acharyas were so intelligent, they were having quantum concepts, why did they not write Schrodinger equation? Why they could have helped us by writing all these things earlier. So if they were omniscient like that, many new young people like ask this question. So answer is very simple, that their focus was on soul. They wanted to say all karmic details to lead us to recognize soul. And ultimately they wanted Bhed Vigyan, science of distinction between soul and non-souls. And as mentioned by Acharya Kunda in stanza 38 of Samaisar, Navi Athimajjam Kim Chivi Anam Parmanu Metmapi. Other Parmanu, not a single Parmanu is mine. I should recognize that I am not the owner of even single Parmanu. Our Jain principles, all this mathematics and everything, they want to lead us for our happiness and success. This recognition that we cannot be owner of other dravyas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Agarwal, for combining Jain philosophy with physics and giving some insight into various phenomena and find similarity between what is said in our agams and physics. Now there is a slight change in the subject. So I will, I think we have a few minutes. So I'll open both these papers by Professor Agarwal, Professor S.C. Agarwal and Professor P.M. Agarwal. If there are any questions, I think this is a good time to ask before we change over to Shri Bhuwale.
Thank you for,
Sir,
there are a
Bhandari
couple
sir,
of questions on
Bhandari sir,
Q&A.
we are late, therefore, please don't allow the question. Please call the question and scholars may directly contact to the authors.
Okay. There are a couple of questions on
We are
the
running
Q&A.
late.
Okay. So I thought without questions, we don't get interactive symposium. But anyway, we'll come to it at the end. So I request all the speakers to
finish within 15 minutes.
Keep within time. I think both the speakers were very nice to finish in time. But I don't think we have questions, as Pankaj Bhai has said. We don't have time for questions. So we will take up some questions at the end, but let us then proceed. So we now go to two papers. These are related to Shri Bhuwale, and I think we have Shri Anil Kumar Jain, who was associated with the Bhava Atomic Research Center as a senior scientific officer. Now he has got a passion for the Shri Bhuwale, and I think it's better to hear from him what it is. And there's another paper by Dr. Chaya Sheth. So these two papers will start now. Both are related to Shri Bhuwale, and maybe will come to questions at a later stage. So may I invite Shri Anil Kumar Jain. He has a website also on information on Shri Bhuwale, and those of you who, it's very fascinating. I went through his paper and I think it's wonderful. Let us invite Anil Kumar Jain to give his paper on this unique scripture crafted with modern cryptography constituents. Jain Saab.
Jai Jinendra. Sarvebhyo Namo Namah. Purpose of this presentation is to highlight one of the unique characteristics of an enigmatic epic created by Jain Acharya Kumudendu more than a century ago, yet not fully revealed. This script and was rediscovered about 70 years ago by Pandit Yellappa Shastri in Bangalore, Karnataka state of India. Acharya Kumudendu regarded Acharya Veersen as his guru. Subject matter of Shri Bhuwale covers wide spectrum of Jain canonical topics along with discourses on ancient sciences and scriptures of non-Jain religious streams. This is very rightfully described as a scripture of scriptures, Shastron ka Shastra. Please, next slide, please. Slide change. Main objective of this presentation are enumerated in this slide. These are one, to reveal that cryptographic mechanisms devised by Acharya Kumudendu about 1200 years ago are strikingly similar to ones used in modern information security applications. Second, to convey in modern mathematical expressions the underlying premise of the cryptographic writing systems Ankalipi as conceived by Acharya Kumudendu. This is labeled as Kumudendu encryption system KES by this author. To present rudiments of KES, Kumudendu encryption system in modern terminology of information security and to corroborate its potential in modern arena. Please change over to the next slide. This slide contains short description of Shri Bhuwale. Sri Bhuvalaya was scripted by Acharya Kumadendu during 8th century CE in the state of Karnataka, which was ruled by King Nripatunga Amogha Varsh of Rashtrakoot dynasty. Acharya Kumadendu devised an exclusive writing system for this unique creation, which was based on universal script of numerals only. We call it Ankalipi. Herein, one chakra or a page contained only integer numbers arranged in a square matrix of dimension 27. Integer in each of the cells of the matrix in the range of 1 to 64 represented one of the 64 Mool Varnas or basic phonetic alphabets as enumerated in texts of earlier Acharyas in lineage to which Acharya Kumadendu belonged to. It is claimed to be the largest scripture in the world. Only one out of total 9 khandas or cantos is available in public domain. 6 lakh verses or slokas are deciphered from this first khanda called Mangal Prabhrit. These verses are in various languages, for example, Kannada, Prakrit, Sanskrit, Tamil, Telugu, and it is estimated to contain
I think we're having some trouble.
Anil Kumar Jain.
My network is perhaps a little unstable. I'm turning off my video.
Yeah, that will be very
I'm audible
helpful.
now? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
May continue?
Yes.
Yes.
Please. Please. Continue.
The last point on the last slide was, it is claimed to be the largest scripture in the world. Only one out of total 9 khandas is available in public domain. 6 lakh verses or slokas are deciphered from
Oh, again, no, I think there is some intermittency. Jain Sahab, how are you doing with your internet?
Hello.
Huh.
There is a network problem at my end, actually. Shall I continue slide number 4, please?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. This is the slide now, right?
4 number slide number 4. Slide number 4, please. This is an image of one of the pages of a chakra from the
Previous one.
manuscript of
Previous
Sri
slide,
Bholai,
please. Yes.
which
I
was
got
Right. Yeah. Okay, let's proceed.
noticeable in the central portion of this image. This is a manuscript of one page of Sri Bhuvalaya, which is archived at National Archives of India. Period of this manuscript is not confirmed, but it is probably 1,000 years old. Noticeable in the central portion of the image is 27 by 27 matrix in Kannada numerals, which is a chakra or one encrypted page of the scripture. This matrix is partitioned into 9 submatrices, each of size 9 by 9. Please take note of another 3 by 3 matrix near the top left-hand top corner, which provides clue for the transposition cipher key by specifying one of the permutations of the submatrices for deciphering the chakras of a specific adhyaya. Each adhyaya has different transposition cipher key. It is to be noted that concept of structuring and processing of data elements in matrix form is quite recent in modern mathematics, about 150 years old only. It is not yet known whether any of mathematicians prior to Acharya Kumadendu has deployed matrices so creatively. Next slide. This slide exhibits schematics of general secrecy system of Claude E. Shannon, which is also termed as symmetric key cipher model in modern cryptography. References to this model are mentioned on this slide. Kindly note that Shannon was an alumni and later a faculty member at MIT. Noticeable on this schematic are two transformation processes, namely encipherer and decipherer, which are complementary to each other. Message source sends message to encipherer, which transforms message into a cryptogram. This transformation function has two parameters, the message M and the key from the key source. The cryptogram is decrypted at the recipient's end by decipherer transformation processor, which operates with two parameters, namely cryptogram and the same key from the key source. This model represents symmetric key cryptography mechanism and is widely deployed in modern information security applications. DES, triple DES, AES, IDEA are few examples of this. Next slide. This slide brings forth the resemblance of Komodendu encryption system with Shannon's model of general secrecy system. In this model, message source is text in Mool Varnas. Key source contains two keys, one for transposition cipher and another one for substitution cipher. Encipherer transforms messages into transposition using transposition and substitution mechanism, and the output is a chakra, which is termed as cryptogram by Shannon. Decipherer transformation converts chakra into a string of Mool Varnas using the same key from the key source. Next slide, please. This slide contains brief description of basic building blocks of KES framework. KES framework, as deployed in Sri Bholai, consists of two symmetric encryption ciphers and an integrity check mechanism. Substitution cipher. Here key is identified as Komodendu code table KCT. Here each of the phonetic alphabet or Mool Varna of the target script is assigned an integer numeric value in the range 1 to 64. Transposition cipher. Here key is named as Bandh Traversal Path Matrix, BTPM. It is a matrix of 27 by 27 integers or a vector of 729 integers. Here in each element is a distinct integer in the range of 1 to 729 and which is indicative of the place of the transposed phonetic alphabets in the corresponding chakra matrix. Integrity check. To ensure accuracy and consistency of content in Sri Bholai, at the end of each adhyay, there is mention of total number of phonetic alphabets in basic decoded and derived text separately from the adhyay. This ensures that there is no addition, deletion, or modification of chakras consisting the adhyay.
Might have lost Anil Kumarji.
Yeah, there is some problem in my network. Come to next slide number 8. This slide contains substitution cipher keys for Devanagari, Kannada, and Brahmi scripts. Integers from 1 to 64 are assigned the phonetic alphabet or Mool Varna and vice versa based on the table shown here. This way one can decipher chakra in any of script of any choice. Please come to the slide number, actually slide numbers 9 to 12 describe in mathematical terms the deciphering mechanisms as applied to a chakra in Sri Bhuvalaya. Detailed description of deciphering and enciphering is presented in full-length paper submitted for this symposium.
9, 10, 11, 12. This is slide number 13. This is slide number 13 now.
I think we lost him again.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Haresh Bhai,
Yeah.
can we maybe come back later on? Let's go to the next one. So considering we have very tight schedule today, so let's keep today. I mean, we'll come back if you have time. Then let's go to the next.
Hello.
Bandari sir, can you?
Yes.
I'm very sorry, actually. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know
he
how
has
to
come. If
take
he
care
wants
of
to
this
wind
problem.
up in 1 minute, it will be
You're on
better.
slide number 13. Can you come to
Anil
slide
Kumar ji,
number
you
12?
can wind up
Because
now.
That will give a slide
Can
number
you
12.
12, okay.
Can you try to wind up, because this continuity is lost in this intermittency. So I request you to wind up your talk in 1 or 2 minutes, if possible.
Okay, this is slide number 12, sir.
Yeah, but he is again, I think, not available. Okay, Pankaj bhai, shall we stop here, this one, and maybe come later on? So, since there is a technical problem, I think we'll go to the next talk now. And that talk is also on the same subject, but dealing with linguists. And yeah, I see Chashit there. Mathematics and linguists, and she's again going to talk about Sri Bhuvalaya. Dr. Chaya Sheth is a research scholar at Jain University from Bangalore, and let us hear her. I'll not spend much time in introduction, try to save it for the panel discussion. Dr. Chaya Sheth, please.
Maten Vandami, Acharya Shriji. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Jai Jinendra, pranam to all. Thank you all, respected panel, for the opportunity provided to present this paper, Sri Bhuvalaya, an enigmatic mathematical and linguistic marvel. Sri Bhuvalaya Ankakshara Vignan is the only rare, exceptional, numeric, multilingual Kannada religious poem and literature in the world. Jain Muni Kumudendu, the outstanding mathematician, talented graphic artist, highly competent linguistic, proficient in ancient sciences of diverse domains, created this compendium of Indian culture, philosophy, religion, arts, and science by implanting poetry into multitude of shapes and figures. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Next slide.
Deva, we don't see next slide, please.
Thank you. So, Sri Bhuvalaya contains 363 religious and philosophical systems, claiming equality among them, and mentions almost all the canonical literature belonging to different school of thoughts prevalent during its time. Humanity and integrity being the essence in the Shastra by numerals, It's truly a pride of Kannada literature, as this Kannada religious poem has both for all mankind. Jainism has great marvels and wonders which can be explored equivalently, and Sri Bhuvalaya is one such enigmatic marvel, compromising of ancient wisdom and ingenuity, and is indeed a challenge to numerologists and linguistics. It is hence imperative to unravel the embedded wisdom, Adhyatma Yoga, in this mathematical and linguistic marvel for posterity. Next slide, please. So we go into the brief history of, no, the previous one, please. Slide number 3. Yes, thank you. So we dwell into the brief history of Sri Bhuvalaya. Munikumundendu was a disciple of Virasen and Jinsen, the celebrated author of Dhavala and Jai Dhavala Tika. He was a guru of Amogvarsha and Ganga Shivmara of Manyaketa village called Yalavali near Nandi Durga in Chikbalapur, Kolar district, Karnataka, India. He came to Nandi Hills along with hundreds of his followers earlier than 10th century during the Rashtrakuta period and composed this magnificent text. Malika Bey, she was the army chief's wife, recognized the worth of the wonderful masterpiece and distributed 8 copies among the Jain Acharya, after which it laid into oblivion for next 1,000 years. Around 1913, Ayurveda exponent Dharnendra Pandit, the possessor of the only copy of this precious Granth, passed away. And again, the Granth was lying in anonymity for another 60 to 70 years. Pandit Yellappa Shastri, who dedicated his life to this mission, and he strived to resurrect it till his death in 1957. He partially succeeded in deciphering the extraordinary ancient numeric epic after 30 long years of arduous research. Pandit Yellappa Shastri Karmangla Shrikantaya K. Ananta Subbarao proceeded to publish the first volume of this compiled edition of the book in 1953 and another one in 1955. Efforts of Yellappa Shastri to decode was noticed by his guru Acharya Sri Deshbandhu Muni. The first president of India, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, recognizing it as a national treasure, had suggested it to be the 10th wonder of the world. And he took the effort of making it into a microfilm to protect it for posterity. Historian Srikanta Shastri mentions its importance in the study of Kannada literature and language, and also its significant contribution in history of Karnataka and India too. Y.K. Mohan expressed the need to establish research department in universities, thus encourage researchers and young scientists to unravel its wisdom and knowledge. Yeah, can I take the slide number 4? So we just discussed about some salient features about Sri Bhuvalaya. It's you can see the picture there. So it's a religious poem which is in a multiple of 2-dimensional area of numerals intertwined in verses. Composed entirely in Kannada numerals from 1 to 64, wherein the different alphabets are assigned to different numerals and are placed in a frame of 27 by 27, which makes into 729 squares. It represents alphabets in 18 scripts and over 718 languages, including Sanskrit, Prakrit, Marathi, Telugu, Tamil. It comprises of 9 khandas or volumes and consists of 40 bandha and covers 16,000 chakra in a non-overlapping format, wherein the bandha can be applied on the text available. Each chakra has a bandh, which is a method of reading or putting a digit in the chakra. Bandh is the key, the clue to know the pattern of the 729 digits to read the shlokas. 3 chapters of the Pratham Khanda, the introduction to the other Khanda, Mangala Prabhuta, have been decoded. Only 1,270 chakras are decoded, and the whereabouts about the remaining 14,730 chakras are unknown. Next slide, please. So the format of the body resembles a computer 1,000 or 1,200 years ago. There are shlokas 6 times as big as Mahabharata deciphered with the help of computer. Several epics could be found by the conversion of certain numerals into letters of the alphabet. When read from top to bottom, it yields a verse in Prakrit. When read from 9th letter downwards, one gets Sanskrit. And when read vertically from 17th letter, it is a Telugu verse. Next slide, please. Sri Bhuvalaya also, okay, Sri Bhuvalaya, next slide, the one after this. Yeah, thank you. It also gives a text of Jain Agam as Surya Pragnapti, Chandra Pragnapti, Jambudvi Pragnapti in Triloka Pragnapti, and Jain text as Tattvartigam Sutra by Umaswati Shriji, Gandhahasti Mahabhyasa, Devagama Sutra, Samanta Bhadra, Chudamani, Samaisar Pravachan and many other precious granth by Acharya Kundkunda, Aklanka, and other are embedded in Sri Bhuvalaya. It also contains canonical literature of Ramayana and Mahabharata, Vedic schools, Brahmanas, Upanishads, and many texts, all in a single book. Next slide, please. Here we see the Bhaktama Stotra being decoded, the first Katha. Can we have slide 7? Thank you. The second volume in the original text belongs to the veterinary and Ayurvedic systems. The other volumes consist mathematics, chemistry, biochemistry, biology, zoology, astronomy, space, physics, medicine, history, science, life science, travel in water and space, production of modern weapons, iconography, sculptures, humanities, alchemy, and religion through various permutations and combinations. The later chapters also deal in Jain philosophy, karma theory, and the liberation of the soul. Sri Bhuvalaya provides fresh material regarding political history of India and Karnataka, as it mentions Amogharsha and Ganga rulers of the Mysore dynasty. The discovery and publication of Dhaval Tika by Veerasena, as also in Bhuvalaya by Kumudendu, contains the laws of indices and logarithms. Sri Bhuvalaya is an important document with respect to history of Indian mathematics, as it shows that Indians in the 9th century were conversant with the theory of place values, laws of indices, theory of logarithms, special methods to deal with fractions and theories. Like any other Jain Sanskrit Granth, it constitutes a landmark in Indiological studies, essentially for Jainology. It claims to have Jaikhana of Vyasa in 10,368 stanza and the original Bhagavad Gita in 5 different languages in the body of its text. Sri Bhuvalaya gives a list of 27 alphabets, including Brahmi, Krashti, Yavanani, that is Greek, Saindhva, that is Indus script, Gandhara, Boidi, and languages as Parasa, that is Persian, Tibeti, that is Tibet, depicting the culture of India and world. Next slide, please. So when arranging these are the different Bhuvalayas, arranging the combined letters Samskruta, Samyukta Akshara, and placing them in a 27 by 27 matrix reduces the number of letters by 50%. The matrix is prepared by having the text in hand. Kumudendu Muni used 6,000 grammatical, poetic, mathematical formulas to encode it. The numerals from 1 to 64 are used, since 64 are the codes to sound, in which there are 27 silent vowels, 25 classified consonants, and 25 non-classified consonants, which all add up to 64. 64 words were also given by Tirthankar Rishabdev to his daughter Sadhvi Brahmi, and the numerals were given to Sadhvi Sundari. Next slide, please. The Akshara Bhuvala is a poetry with the proper punctuations, marks, and Anka chakras or numeric matrix, which are coded based on literature in hand. This way, different Sukshma Ganit is used by Kumudendu Muni in 18 languages, 18 Lagu languages, the great languages, and 700 Shulak, the smaller languages. So the visual, here we are seeing the Chitrabandh, which are the particular graphical figure or Chitra with all the numbers in sequential order, starting from 1 to, and it's superimposed on a specific chakra at a defined position in rows and columns. This reveals the contents of the superimposed section of the chakra. So when we remove the superimposed structure, it is the name of the poet Kumudendu Muni. Patterns like Chakra Bandha, Hansa Bandha, Varapadma Bandha, Sagara Bandha, Sarasa Bandha, Krunacha Bandha, Mayura Bandha, Ramapada Bandha, Nakabandha, Shredibandha, and Chitrabandha are all present in it. The next slide. So we come to the conclusions that this paper indeed is an humble attempt to bring to light the treasure house of knowledge, the enigmatic mathematical and linguistic marvel Sri Bhuvalaya, which is embedded with ancient knowledge and wisdom. It's the earliest work with respect to Kannada language and literature, and is also an eye-opener with respect to Sanskrit, Prakrit, Tamil, Telugu literature. It is a sacred mission to preserve this ready reckoner of literature, wherein one needs to decipher and rearrange the text to get meaningful literature which is embedded in the chakras. Sri Bhuvalaya is indeed a part of a national heritage when we realize the magnitude and complexity of the Ankakshara Vignan with respect to its creativity. The antiquity of Sri Bhuvalaya, the Grantaka Bhandar, is beyond our understanding, and it is indeed imperative for experts to decode the other chakra and bandha, thereby secure and preserve the knowledge by unraveling the masterpiece for future generation. The ancient wisdom and ingenuity are a challenge to the numerologist and linguist, which needs great patience, knowledge of many languages, science, arts, philosophy, and religion to unravel the wonderful masterpiece. Scientists, philosopher, enthusiasts from all languages with knowledge of mathematics can solve for absolute understanding of the prodigious religious poem based on numerals. Few scholars scattered across the world are engaged and are putting in sincere efforts, but much more support and financial aid is required to unravel this enigmatic marvel to prevent the knowledge from perishing. It is imperative to preserve the frail manuscript and publish in Roman script for the benefit of Indology, which is a suggestion worth reckoning by Sri Srikant Shastri. It may provide, slide 12 please. It may provide new material which can revolutionize the present concepts of of the development of Indian thoughts with respect to Jain religious philosophy. Atam Vignan Gnandhara, the unparalleled wisdom of Agam Shastra, preaches practices that navigates the soul towards Vitrakta. This Agam Shastra are the treasures that guide us in every aspect of our life and finally help us to establish ourselves in our soul. Due merit needs to be conferred upon Sri Bhuvalaya and other Jain philosophies of pure science as Jambudip Pragnapti, Surya Pragnapti, Chandra Pragnapti, which contain detailed explanations about universe and its functioning. Agam Shastra suffered phenomenal loss of the 14 Purva, Drashtivad and other Agama due to decline in Guru Parampara and the diminishing memory power. Acharya Sri Devardi Gadi initiated the compilation of writing the Agam Shastra into text. Enthusiasts can engage in comprehending the flawless knowledge and scientific theories in Sri Bhuvalaya, thus preventing it from losing it as Drashtivad and much of the Agam. This is some references, the references which have been of immense use to me, and the Google the web sources, and the research for. Can you go to the previous slide, please? Yes. So the research for this paper was also supported by a visit to the temple, which was supposedly the temple where Muni Kumadendu had created the enigmatic marvel. When I found out it is close to about 41.5 2 hours drive from my home, I took the trouble of, I enjoyed this thing of taking a visit. And these are some of the pictures. And when I scrolled them, I found one picture which is like Muni Kumudendu. I don't know, I cannot establish any this thing, but we may just think that it was written at this temple, which is Bhoganandishwara temple at the foothills of Nandi Hills, Bangalore, very close to Bangalore airport. The commendable, I express deep gratitude. I express deep gratitude to Sri Shulek Bhai to guide me for my PhD program and was very pleased to see him yesterday. The commendable support you extended yesterday, Sri Shulek Bhai, during Dr. Anupam Jain's presentation was a great outcome, which I was so looking forward to during this symposium, as it resonated my emotions while writing the paper. Respected Sri Praveen Bhai, the Sasan Seva that you have been doing through the Jaini library is beyond words. It has been extremely helpful during my research journey, I thank you profusely. Khub Khub Anumodana. Respected, I thank all the organizers, especially Pankaj Bhai, for providing this great exchange of knowledge and learning experience that has expanded our horizons. Seeking for forgiveness if I have unintentionally misinterpreted or written any word that is against principles of Jain philosophy preached by Tirthankar Mayuswami. Michhami Dukuram, Jainam Jaiti Sashnam.
Thank you, Dr. Chayashet, for bringing out many aspects, linguistic and mathematical, of Shri Bhuvala. It's really very fascinating. And you found the temple. That is a great discovery. I didn't know about that. So these two papers by Anil Jain and Chayashet, they have brought out different aspects, encryption and linguistic and mathematical aspects. So this is only a wonder, we can say. And with these two papers, I think we'll come to questions and answers at the end, please, if you bear with me. We now change the
Hello.
subject. Yes.
We'll take
I want to say something. Hello.
There is
Yes,
a break.
I want to say something about Sri Bholaya. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah. You see, what is missing? You see, Sri Bholaya tells you how from 0, 1 to 9 are derived. You know, this is the important part of mathematics.
Okay, sir. So this is a point we have to note. You want a break for 5 minutes?
Yes, we should take a 5 minutes break. Yes.
Okay. So now anyway, there is a change of subject. We are going to astronomy and astrology and things like this. So I think it is a good time to break. 5 minutes from now, please.
મારે અહીંથી કરવું કેસ અહીંથી કેમેરો અહીંયા છે ને ડિસ્કનેક્ટ જ કરી દો અહીંથી ટેમ્પરરી પછી અહીંયા શેર કરો એટલે અહીંથી પછી થઈ શકશે ને ઓકે તમે ચાલુ તમે અહીંયા 2-3 મિનિટ માટે ચાલુ કરો તમે અહીંયા જ કરો Fine, boy. You are a little bit definitely more.
हमारा साहब वंदना वंदना जी हाँ जी हाँ हाँ नहीं आपको देखा नहीं महाराज साहब आप हाँ हाँ ठीक है आप जी अच्छा है हाँ
Share screen. Okay, you're sharing. So wait. आपने पीली स्क्रीन देखा
डिस्कनेक्ट कर दो ना बोलो
है? That's fine. That's fine.
No, disc.
So basically, you want to share this presentation, right? Screen one.
Let me start the video here. चालू करूँ ना? Hello everyone. Haresh bhai, can I start it?
I think we want to have what you call Mr. Bhandari introduce first, right?
Oh, sure. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So I don't know if I don't see him.
I think he's still coming.
Is he on mute? Narendra Bhandari. Give me a second. He has stopped his video.
हाँ कल बात करूंगा हेलो
हाँ डॉक्टर भंडारी जी लाइक आपका वीडियो नहीं है सॉरी Yep.
So now we come to this very interesting aspect of mathematics, that is astronomy. And I don't have to introduce Pankaj Shah because he's very well known to all of us. But I was surprised that he's a nuclear engineer, he's a electrical engineer, he's a mechanical engineer, and he runs his own company. And he has done this very highly commendable initiative he has taken to start this work on Jainism and science. I think mathematics one of them, and it will continue. So with these few words, I'll invite Shri Pankaj Bhai to give his talk on bridging the cosmos. Actually, he's going to take us to nakshatras and he's doing astronomy as a passion. And he's also, of course, chairman of the board of advisors, the Jain Center of Greater Boston. And he'll talk about scriptures revealed through modern astronomy. So with these few words, I invite our organizer and host, Shri Pankaj Bhai Shah.
Jai Jinendra, namaste. Bhandari Sahab, please alert me when it's around 16 minutes so I can wrap up in 18 minutes. Thank you for everyone for giving me this opportunity. I will have more things to talk rather than to show. So first, let me give you some brief history of what I'm presenting here. Almost 15 years ago, I saw a presentation by Professor Narhari Achar at UMass Dartmouth in Boston. He gave a very remarkable presentation on dating of Mahabharata based on the nakshatras. During the Battle of Mahabharata, there were several astronomical observations were made on eclipses or conjunction of the planets and stars. So based on this astronomical data, they could date. Professor Narhari Achar had done extensive work on dating the Mahabharata. When I saw that presentation, that gave me inspiration to the, hey, maybe someday I would like to do something like this. And after 16, 17 years, our visionary leaders, Dr. Solek Bhai and Manish Mehta, they had commissioned a book to another scholar in Canada, Dr. Raja Ram Mohan Rai. He will also giving us the presentation later today. And he prepared the book on 0 point of Jain astronomy. And Sulek Saab gave me that book for peer review. When I saw this book, then I thought, wow, I got a ready-made material. All I had to do is चलती गाड़ी पर चढ़ जाने का था मुझे. In Gujarati में चालू गाड़ी चढ़ी जवानो तो. So I got all the raw data already prepared by Raja Ram Mohan Rai. And he gave that book is a very good introduction to the first on nakshatras in Jain scriptures. Then, so again, let me, next, what I did, I reviewed all the Jain scripture, Digambar, Swetambar, and some of the scriptures I have listed here, Surya Pragnati, Jambudi Pragnati, Tilopane, Tiroksar, Kalpastutars, and then I collected all the data, nakshatra-based data from all the scriptures. In fact, most of the work was already done by Raja Ram Mohan, right? But again, I wanted to just do it on my own, the similar work. So I collected all the volumes of Lakshmi Chandra Jain. Again, these 7 volumes, which somebody referenced earlier, this is a monumental work done in the history of Jainism. And particularly 2 of this volume on Tilak Pannati and Triloksar has a lot of work on cosmology and astronomy. A similar work on the Swetambar side is condensed, is briefly summarized in Ganitana Yoga and the Jambudi Pragnati. These are so from these scriptures, I did not put all the agams. I did not put all the agams here. The agams, lesson, Surya Pragnati, Chandra Pragnati, Sthanan Sutra, all the nakshatra related data, I would say majority of the data, nakshatra related data, are condensed in this book. So my mission was very simple. My mission was the ancient Jain scripture have enormous data on cosmology, astronomy, and astrology. So only data I selected were for this symposium that can be reviewed, understood, and validated using the modern software data banks like Ephemeris and some of the planetarium software. For the present research, only data used are on the asterism, nakshatras, you can call it a constellation, and their conjunction with the sun and moon. So from all the scripture, there's so much data, it's very difficult to decipher. Where is the Jambudev, where is the Mount Meru, where is the Mahavadek, etc. So I left those things on the side. So I thought, let me just take the nakshatra data, which can be easily understood and can be easily verified using the planetarium software and ephemeris from the NASA data bank. So our Jain scriptures gives the data, nakshatras data on summer solstices, winter solstices, and also equinoxes data. So this data, like on this screen, if you see, it gives the month and tithis and the sun in which nakshatra is sun is, and at the same time, the same tithi where the moon is. So where the sun is on the Pushya nakshatra, which is delta CNC, and Abhijit is an alpha Lyra nakshatras. So if we can verify the sequence of this 5 year one, on this tithi, the Surya is in Pushya nakshatras. At the same time, on the same day, the nakshatra is the moon is in this nakshatra. Then take the second year. Again, so take the third year, fourth year, and fifth year. So on this 5th year in a row, of course, the nakshatra, again, before I go into the detail, just for people who don't know the nakshatras, there are, in Jain scriptures, we have 28 nakshatras. The sun path, we call it an ecliptic. The ecliptic path of 360 degrees is divided in 28 nakshatras. I would not discuss about the sizes of the nakshatras. So for the time being, so each nakshatra has a one yoga tara. So for the alpha Lyra nakshatras, Abhijit nakshatra, the yoga tara is alpha Lyra. So similarly for the Mrugashirsa nakshatras, we have Orion. So similarly, as I said, each nakshatra has a one yoga tara. So my mission was, now again, let me just make a statement here. The Surya remains in the same nakshatras for hundreds of years. It is the moon that keeps dancing around so quickly. So to catch the moon motion in conjunction with the Pushya nakshatra on this specific month and tithi. Now, I will give you another background. I had to use 3 different software. The first software is a planet. These are planet. The Stellarium software, the Sky Map software. These two softwares are the planetarium software. So these 2 planetarium software will give you what you see in the sky on any time, like from -4000 BC to up to 4000 BC, whether you're in Patna or whether you're in Ujjain or whether in Boston. So you can simulate what you see in the sky on a specific day, specific date. Now, the important part, going back, we know the Gregorian date, but we don't know the tithis. So we found a very important software prepared by the Kyoto University in Japan. Based on that Kyoto University, so if I know the Gregorian date, then I can use the Kyoto University software named Panchang. Then I would know the tithi and the month of that date. So using this combination of these 3 software, I started iterating. If I was a very knowledgeable programmer, perhaps this whole thing can be done by a group of programmers. It might take extensive effort, but the quickest way is to just a brute force or iteration. So I had to find when the Surya is in Pushya nakshatras, and when would be the Abhijit, and the Abhijit nakshatra has to be in the moon has to be in Abhijit nakshatra. Then I had to coincide all these 3-4 things using the 3 different software. Once I find on a year 1, that's not enough. Then I have to match the next year. Once I match the first year and the second year, if the second year doesn't match with the first year, then I go start again, then again another iteration. So by iteration, if I match these 2 years, then I go to the third year. If the third year doesn't match, then I have to start from ground zero. So this was a very enormous iterative effort, but I enjoyed this effort so much. my wife would tell me, why are you playing the video game with this planetarium software? So I really enjoyed doing this iteration for weeks and weeks. And I found, I just described my iterative effort, so I will not go to this effort. So here my iteration, this picture shows, so this shows the conjunction of sun and delta CNC effort, delta CNC. So this conjunction, once I see this conjunction, then I have to, this is the moon, this is the moon with a Vega, a star Vega. So wow, this is the first year I can, on Gregorian year 1012, so this is the first conjunction I found on this year that matches this star lineup with the nakshatras. And then I have to match the tithi also, which I am not showing here. Then let's go to the next year. Here I showed 1012 minus 1012. So on this, the next year, which is 1000 minus 1011. So on this one, I'm not showing the sun because the sun remains in the same nakshatras for hundreds of years. So the next year I have to match that on that specific summer solstice days. By the way, I used the summer solstice data based on the NASA ephemeris. So on this specific 3rd July, which is the summer solstice day, so on this 3rd July, I had to match the Mrugashirsha, which is Alpha Orion, in conjunction with the moon. So again, I had to match this thing with a lot of iterative effort. Then again, the next year, again, the sun is in conjunction, the sun remains in the Pushya nakshatras, and the moon is in Visakha, which is in Vishakha nakshatras. So here you can see the moon very close lineup with the nakshatra Iota, Vishakha nakshatra. Again, this is the third year in a row that I found by iteration. What I'm not showing here is the matching of the tithi and the month, Indian month and Indian tithi, that I will show in the summary. So here is the summary here. On the summer solstice date, which is given, the red part is given in the Jain scripture. Then using the planetarium software and using the Panchang, I had to find which are those 5 years. Our scripture don't give the year. So objective of this whole iteration was, which are those 5 years in a row where all the lineup of the tithi, lineup of the Gregorian year, and the lineup of the stars and moons, they all line up. So after enormous amount of brute force and brute iterative efforts, I concluded that these are the around 1000 minus 1000 year. The first year I started was 1000 minus 1012, then minus 1011, minus 1000. I'm not showing all the iteration, all the picture, but I'm just showing you the summary table. So you can see let me see if I can move the screen a little bit here. No, but here, what I'm showing, the matching of the Indian tithi and Indian month here, that is remarkable, incredible. Like here, Shravan, the dark 13, here it closes, it matches within a day or two after a period of 3000 years, matching of this nakshatra of course, matching of the sun is easy, but matching of the moon with the tithi and the nakshatras, I was so pleased to see this. So pleased, I could not believe the matching, like the Shravan Sud, the 4th year. I came up with the Shravan Sud 3 year. So that shows the summary of this table. It shows the scriptures were, all the data were taken almost 1100 years ago. 1100 years ago. So our Jain acharyas and Indian astronomer, they knew the astronomy. We were not behind any another continent. Some of the modern scholars, they claim that we are behind Greek astronomer, we are behind Egypt. No, our script. So again, I'm not showing all, but then I did the matching of the vernal equinoxes given in the Jain scripture also. So similarly, what we did is a summer solstice. So I did a similar matchup using the winter solstices, then using the vernal equinoxes, and using the autumn equinoxes. So I took so much pleasure in matching by doing all the iterations. Like here, I match the vernal equinoxes. Again, this is the raw data in our Jain scriptures. And these are the matchup, similar matchup of using the Panchang software and using the sky map and the stellarium.
Can you please wind up in 2 minutes?
Sure, yes, I'm about to wind up, sure. I did similar thing. I did similar thing using the Vedang Jyotis. In Vedang Jyotis, there are similar raw data given for the solstices and equinoxes. And again, I did my iterative effort. I concluded the Vedang Jyotis data were taken perhaps 1300 BC, maybe 400-500 years before the Jain Acharya's data. Then using the similar software, I can date, exact date of Tirthankara. In our Jain scripture, we have the nakshatras given for the time of birth, time of Diksha Kalyanak, time of Nirvana Kalyanak. And pleasantly, I was able to match everything to the point. So I can develop the date of Mahavira birth, my 1st March of 599 BC, the Diksha of Lord Mahavir, and Nirvana of 527 BC. Then I stepped one further step. I also went and verified the Parshvanath data. But we have only one anchor point for the Parshvanath. We have difference of 250 years between these two Tirthankar. So I used that anchor point between the two Tirthankar and also came up with the Gregorian data for Parshvanath. So my conclusion is, using the modern Palladian software and the Surya Siddhant Panchang program developed by Coit, it is all nakshatra relators are highly accurate in the ancient Jain scripture. The most importantly, there are no differences in astronomy data in different scriptures among the different sects. Whether I take the Tilopannati or Tilosar or Jambudi Pragya, they are all identical. That shows the unity of Jainism right here. So all this data I have presented, I'm about to, what I'm showing is one small part of the manuscript that I have prepared. I'm calling this my manuscript is a Bridging the Cosmos, Ancient Jain Scriptures Revealed Through Modern Astronomer. Again, I give a lot of credit to two other scholars, Raja Ram Mohan Rai, who will be speaking next, and also Dr. Shrenik Bandi. He also provided me a lot of valuable data. So thank you for letting me present this, my small segment of the Bridging the Cosmos. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj Bhai, for this very pioneering work I think you have done. This is a new dating technique, actually. In physics and other subjects, we use techniques for dating things, but this I think is fantastic. And I just can't resist asking you, can you go back to Ramayana period and date that with this technique?
Yes, perhaps I can do that if other scholars have done it. A lot of work has been done on Mahabharata, because in Mahabharata scripture, very clear astronomical data are given that you can simulate. As I said, Professor Narhari Acharya has done it, and he dates Mahabharata. I exact forgot. It's around 3000 BC. I have the exact date and all. I have all the papers. But Ramayana doesn't have that whole lot of data. We have very, very few data that you can anchor it. But yes, it can be done. And some scholars have attempted to do, but using the Panchang, only Professor Narhari Acharya and so far we have used the Panchang. It is so remarkable that Kyoto University came up with this Panchang. Now I'm sure you are part of the ISRO. Maybe ISRO can do something similar, or may already have done.
No, they have not done it already, but I will ask some of the fellows there to look into it. I know a few fellows who can do. But why I ask this question is because it is said that Muni Suvrat Swami was contemporary to Ramayana period. So that is how we can find more dates of Tirthankars. So if you have these thing for Muni Suvrat Swami, then you can also date Ramayana and check, cross-check. So anyway, this is very interesting, and I'm sorry that I have to follow your instruction and stop you. It's very interesting. We can go on further, but let us come to the next.
Professor Bhandari, his book is under publication by Motilal Banarsi Das on this.
Yes, he mentioned that. So yeah, thank you. We'll put somebody to do this job if he's interested here. So now we come to the next speaker, which is Dr. Shenik Bandi. He is going to talk about comparative study of Jaina calendar, that is Panchang system. And he is a very well-known scholar. He is Professor Emeritus and Advisor of the IPS Academy at Indore. He has a lot of teaching experience, and he was heading Department of Mathematics at Government Autonomous Holkar College, Indore. So Indore has a very powerful center. I think many people today in today's presentation are from Indore and Bangalore. I think these two big centers. He received his PhD in mathematics in the area of Trucidal F equations, astronomy, and he's expert in astronomy, Jaina mathematics, philosophy, and history of mathematics. And he has authored many books on integral transforms and astronomy. He's one of the founder members of the Indian Academy of Mathematics, published research journals and organizing lectures. And he's one of the renowned teachers of mathematics and also a motivational speaker. With this brief introduction, I would invite Professor Bandi to give his talk on Panchang.
Jai Jinendra. I am thankful to the organizer and the chairperson, Dr. Bhandari sir, for your kind words and giving me the opportunity to present my paper. In this paper, I want to say that Jaina calendar system or Panchang system is different from the Vedang Jyotish calendar. Around the beginning, next slide. Around the beginning of the Christian era, Siddhantas means astronomical theories were developed. The invention of decimal system promoted mathematical astronomy in India. The word calendar was not used in the present sense by early Romans. There were many types of calendar and there is diversity of calendars also. The calendar system has been improved since the beginning of the era. There are many factors which governs it, but no perfect calendar is prepared. An attempt has been made by me in this paper to find calendar system in Jaina with the beginning of the year, intercalation that we say Adhik Mas, one extra Tithi, one Chai Mas also, and the position Nakshatra and many other factors. Next. The present Indian calendar was formed 1500 years ago during the Siddhantic period. Indian Jaina Panchang system is superior as it contains lot of other necessary information. Acharya Vrasam mentioned in Tiloi Pannati that by his time the description of motion of the planets had become extinct, but whatever remained in Chandra Pragyapti, Surya Pragyapti or Tiloi Pannati clearly proves that Jaina school was in possession of a complete calendar, which is also known as Panchang, or several times we say Tithi Darpana, and it was also essential for monks and common men for their social and religious activities. We need a perfect calendar. Next. It is the history of the calendar, Gregorian calendar. It is based on the tropical year in which the sun returned to the vernal equinox on the same day. The length of the tropical year is 365.242 days. But Indian Panchang is based on sidereal year, during which the sun returned to a fixed 0 point, as Raja Ram Mohan Rai pointed out the 0 point of in Jaina mathematics. It was implemented on the 4th October 1582 AD, and the next day it was assumed 15th October 1582 AD. 10 days were adjusted. All the festivals are delayed in Gregorian calendar. The year which began on the vernal equinox on March 21 in 285 AD now falls on April 14. Similar, the Makar Sankranti, which we say Uttarayan, which represent the beginning of the Uttarayan, the north movement of the earth with respect to sun, on December 22nd in 285 AD now falls on January 14th or 15 due to precision of earth axis. It is further considered that 1 year is 365.24219 days. Next. There are important terms used in Jaina Panchang. The one is Tithi. When the difference between the longitude of sun and moon is 12 degrees, we say it is Pratipada. And when it becomes 24, we say it is Dvitiya. Several times what happens, the 0 to 12 degree difference remains on the next day also. So several times we say that there are 2 Panchami or there are 2 Ashtami. And when the difference changes in the same day, we say that the Panchami and Chhatya are mixed. So this is Chai Tithi and this is extra Tithi also. The unit of time in Jaina system is Ghati and Murta. Murta is of 48 minutes and Pal is 24 seconds and Vipal is 0.4. One Tithi is less than by 162 days. The var is the same. The nakshatra, ecliptic, is divided into 27 equal nakshatra or 28 nakshatra also. The one important mythology I may say is for the fun. In Hindu mythology, it is supposed that this 27 or 28 nakshatra represent the daughters of the Yaksh and they are married to Chandrama, moon. So moon goes every day to one nakshatra. So this is an important story in mythology. The yoga is the sum of longitude of the sun and moon. The karna is half tithi. The lagna at any instant is a part of ecliptic which is crossing this. And this calendar also contains the time of sun rising, sunset and everything, nakshatra, rasi and other things also. The month and the year are mentioned in citing a date. And in Jaina and Hindu, there is additional of one extra month every 3 years that we say Adhik Mas or intercalary month. Hindu also said Purushottam Mas. In Jaina system, which is perfectly scientific, because we count the lunar months, which is not exactly 30 days. The lunar months are named according with the 12 nakshatra chosen out of 27 nakshatra. When we say Chitra month means it is of Chitra nakshatra. Rasi starting from a certain origin, the ecliptic is divided into 12 parts. Next. So in India, there are 3 systems, particularly in North India and government of India. 3 Samvat system is salient. One is Sak Samvat, which is the official used in the official government calendar of Sak Samvat, which is at present is 1942 Samvat. It is 78 years back. The other is Vikram Samvat, which is 57 years ahead of a Gregorian calendar, and the Rana dynasty of Nepal made its official calendar. And the V Nirvan Samvat is more older than the Vikram Samvat, 7 October 527 BC. It is in the remembrance of the Nirvana of Bhagavan Mahavira. This is one of the oldest which is still used in India. It starts on the Kartik Shukla 1. Present V Nirvan Samvat is 254. One inscription is found near Ajmer in Rajasthan, which in inscription it is mentioned that 443 BC, Veer Samvat is mentioned in this. And so this is indicate that are from early, at the end of the Nirvana Bhagavan Mahavir, Veer Nirvan Samvat was in use. And then there is one which we are using in the present calendar system is the Christian year also in the memory of the Jesus Christ. Next. The earliest calendar was Ashwini calendar, 7000 BC. The first year start with rising of Ashwini Nakshatra. Then Vedic calendar also came into the picture, 1500 BC. It is sidereal in nature and it is continuously sliding down. Difference is now of 24 days approximately. It contains 5-year yuga of 62 cynetic months. we use lunisolar calendar month, but it does not work. It is short of 11 days. So now as the tropical year was found to roughly in excess by 12 tithis per year, the difference would amount to 36 tithi. So next 3 years, we use Adhik Mas. And again, on the 5th year, again, it becomes 30 days extra. So on the 5th year in the Hindu and Jaina calendar, Adhik Mas is also used. So earlier practice of 6-year cycle replaced by the 5 years Yuga system. Next. In 5-year calendar, 15 days different occur in 4 yugas. So again, there is a miscalculation. So we count 4 cycle of 5 years that amounts to 20 years. So there will be not extra 8 months, it will be 7 months only. It is mentioned in Maitrayani Samhita of Vedic the text. It is found that the tropical year exceed 11 days, not the 12 days. So amount 30 days was not in 30 years. Therefore, one is to drop 1 mass, that is called the Chai Mas. So we have Chai Mas, Chai Tithi, and extra Tithi also. The seasons are determined by the position of sun, while the time is measured in the phase of the moon, according to Pennock and Urban. Babylonians also use the same type of calendar. They use intercalary month. They use the 19-year cycle cycles. The sun does not move uniformly on the ecliptic. So duration of solar months varies from 29.44 days to 31.45 days. Therefore, the seasons are sliding back in Indian calendar by about 1 day in 71 years due to precession of Earth. The speed of sun and the moon varies in their orbits, and the length of lunar month also varies from 29 days, 5.9 hours to 29 days, 19.6 hours. Next. Jaina calendar system, Shanti Chandra Gani Acharya mentioned that the knowledge of astronomy was a principal accomplishment of Jaina Muni. According to Surya Pragrati, since the length of day is 15 months, the same sun, I do not agree with this, but it is mentioned in the Surya Pragrati that Jaina consider 2 centuries also. Tilopannati, Suryapanati, and Tiloks are added the 5-year cycles calendar purpose, beginning with the summer solstice when the full moon takes place in Nakshatra Abhijit. Jaina consider Abhidak Nakshatra, while the Hindu calendar, they do not consider Abhijit Nakshatra. Such a 5-year cycle or yuga is 1837 days, or 1800 solar days, or 186 tithis in 5-year calendar. Next. Jaina months. In earlier time, the month was of 28 or 27 days according to the name of the nakshatra. Then Jaina reduced it to the 15 days also. So Jaina had different nomenclature for a month also. Old name were Madhu, Madhav, Shukra, Suchi, Nabas, Isa, and present name is Chaitra, Vaisakh, Jyeshtha, Asad, Shravan, Bhadrapad, Ashwin, Kartik, Margshir, Pos, Magh, Phagun. Jaina reckon day from sunrise to sign and divide into 30 equal, not 24 hours, but to 30 equal intervals called muhurtas. Next. Now Jaina calculate the length of a day. As we know, average month days are 30.5, 61 upon 2. So every day is reduced by 2 upon 61. And we consider in samastral the length of the day is maximum, that is 18 muhurta. And from 18 muhurta every day, it is decreased by minus 2 upon 61. So we are on an integral, I got the equation m is equal to minus 2 upon 61n plus 18. From June to December, the days become smaller. Similar formula we find in Vedang Jyotish also. And similarly, when days increases from December to June, the day lies also increases by this equation also. Next. Jaina 5, my point is Jaina 5-year fixed calendar is distinguished from Vedic Jyotish calendar in some factors. First factor is winter solstice is in Ganishta Nakshatra in Veda. Jaina consider it in Abhijit Nakshatra. Lunar month is start ending with new moon days. And in Jaina calendar, it is ending with full moon day. Year commences from first day of the lunar bright half of Magh month, first day of lunar dark half of the Shravana. Longitude of sun and moon, they measured in the terms of nakshatra. Jaina count in terms of muhurta. List of the nakshatra is also given in terms of the muhurta of the arc. starting from 0 at the beginning of the Abhinaya Nakshatra. Jaina start counting from Abhijit Nakshatra. Next. Season commences from spring, from Jaina count from rainy season. Ashad is the first month through the 5-year cycle commence with the first day of the dark half of Shravana, Nakshatra 27. Jaina considered unequal amplitude system of 28 nakshatras. Days, the days were called after the name of nakshatra. The cycle of days reduced by Jaina from 27 to 15 days. No classification of nakshatra found in Vedanta Jyotish. Jaina classified the nakshatra have been classified into groups of 45 murtas, 30 murtas, and 15 murtas. Now conclusion. Next. It is quite obvious to all that our Indian Panchang is getting out of step with the season by 1 day in 72 years due to precision of equinoxes. It is necessary to review the basis of Panchang, propose new lunisolar calendar called Aditya Panchang. The consequence of the reform will be that Chaitra will be not always be the first month of the year. Hence, we must be abandon the concept of year beginning with the Chaitra and ending with Fagun. The Indian calendar is based on scientific phenomena, and in it, the lunar months and the beginning of the year keep in step with the season. One important thing in Jaina is that they want their season and their religious festival should always be in coordination. One disadvantage of the system adopted is that the lay public cannot itself compute the dates. On the other hand, these disadvantages prove a blessing in testing the authenticity of many medieval dates, as Pankaj Bhai did it. He confirmed the dates of the nakshatra. So this is advantage of our calendar also. MD Srinivasan is of the opinion that the prayojan of the Jyotish Shastra being thus understood by the Hindu and Jain astronomers, and they put all their efforts to make a good calendar. Thank you very much, Bhandari Sahab, and everybody and organizer to give me an opportunity to discuss the Jaina calendar system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bandi, for this deep insight into Panchang and various factors which go into it and the reform required. So we are really, we appreciate your efforts in bringing out these important points.
I think I completed in the time, sir.
Yes, sir. Very much. Thank you. Actually, we saved a few minutes. So I think with this, let us finish this astronomy part. We'll come to the questions a little later. I think people should have many questions, and I think we have to have an opportunity to discuss them. But let us come to the next speaker, Dr. Raja Ram Mohan Rai. He is, you know, as a BTech in Metallurgical Engineering from IIT Kanpur and PhD in Material Science and Engineering from Ohio University in USA. He has deep interest in ancient Indian texts. He has authored books on ancient Indian cosmology, astronomy, and history, including Zero Point of Vedic Astronomy, as was mentioned a few minutes ago. His discovery of the original boundaries of nakshatras is discussed there. And he has done a lot of study on timeline of Indian history from Buddha and Mahavir to Bappa Rawal. So he has a vast knowledge, and today he's going to talk about Pascal triangle and its relation to Hindu and Jain geography and astronomy. So with this brief introduction, I would invite Dr. Raja Ram Mohan Rai.
Again, I would like to interrupt one more thing. Again, I want to acknowledge to everyone, it was his book, Raja Ram Mohan Rai's book, which was commissioned by Sulekh Bhai and Manish Mehta, that as a peer reviewer of his book, that inspired me to do all my work. So again, Raja Ram Mohan Rai, welcome back to this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pankaj, and thank you, Dr. Bhandari. It gives me great pleasure to make this presentation. The background to this is an article that I wrote about 3 years ago in India Facts. And this article was titled Genius of the Jains. And this shows the achievements of the Jains in mathematics. And this article was noticed by Dr. Manish Mehta. And he contacted me, and he then invited me to the biennial conference, to which I came and made 2 presentations. And then after that, again, made a presentation last year in California also. So Dr. Manish Mehta then introduced me to Dr. Sulekh Jain. And as Pankaj has said, then Dr. Sulekh Jain introduced me to Pankaj, and then I got to know of this conference. So this is really wonderful of me to get this opportunity to meet the great Jain community and its scholars like Professor Anupam Jain, Dr. Bandari, Professor Sainik Mandi. So with this, I'd like to go to the next slide, please. So we are a very unique civilization, and we have made tremendous knowledge base during all these many thousands of years. And we are the only surviving civilization, only civilization that has continued from its beginning. And its reason is that we have the blessings of our ancestors who have taken extreme measures to pass on the information that they had generated. And to pass on that information, they had to couch it into a lot of symbolisms. So a lot of our information is kind of in a code, is kind of a hidden. And we now have the knowledge base with all the advances in science and math that we can try to understand what they had in mind. So with that, what we need to understand is that a lot of what we read in our scriptures, in our texts, are kind of coded, and they don't really mean what they seem to mean. So they have a lot of like what you can call memory aids. So when we read about gods, demons, mountains, rivers, animals, all of these could have a completely different meanings than what is apparent to us. Next slide, please. So this one slide shows you the basics of the Jambu Dweep as it is explained in the Jain text. And this is like a plane, like we call it a thali in the text. So like a circle. And it starts at the very bottom is the southmost part, which is the Bharat region. And then it alternates into regions of plains and the mountains. So the next mountain region, then the plain region. And what happens is that it keeps on doubling in size. So I've tried to show it in the similar proportions. And in the center of this Jambu Dweep is the Mahavideha region. And then again, after Mahavideha region, the sizes go half, and they continue all the way till the northernmost part, which is the Aravat region. And in the center of this is Mount Meru. The whole dimension of this circle is 100,000 yojans, and the Mount Meru, its diameter is 10,000 yojans. So this Mount Meru is of great significance, not only in Jain religion, but also in the Hindu religion, as well as the Buddhist religion. And in all of these, the Mount Meru is the abode of the gods. So it's a very, very sacred place. And please, next slide, please. So now the Mount Meru, there are descriptions of Mount Meru in all our scriptures. And in all these scriptures, what you read is that everything goes around Mount Meru. The sun, the moon, the stars, everything go around. So like if you see the Mahabharata in the 1 Parv 163.27, it says the sun and moon every day go around this Meru. And then if you go to the Surya Siddhant, it's an astronomical text of great significance. This one says that at Meru, the gods behold the sun, but after but a single rising during the half of his revolution. And the demons in like manner during the beginning with Libra. So what it is saying that at Mount Meru, the day is 6 months long. And the same with the other side, which will be the South Pole. So these descriptions then tell you that what we have as Mount Meru is actually the axis of Earth's rotation. And more specifically, it is the North Pole that is meant by Mount Meru. Next, please. So now here we saw a picture of by NASA. And in this one, we see the Earth from up above the North Pole. So if North Pole is Mount Meru, then this is what the Earth will look like from the top of, let's say, Mount Meru. And this will be now a plane, a circle, similar to what we are described in our text of Jambudvip. And then if you look at that, if we are looking from the top, then basically the outer boundary of this Earth will be the equator. And that's pretty close to what we have in the Jambudvip, though it is not exactly in the center. So it's possible that the projection that we have in the Jambudvip is a little angle from the Earth's rotational axis. Now, it's very interesting that the session chair, Dr. Bhandari, when he saw my presentation, he sent me his paper that he wrote in 2016. And in that paper also, Dr. Bhandari has said the same things, that the Earth, what we have as a Jambudvip, is actually a projection of a spherical Earth. And he also has talked about 2 suns and moons. So you can see here that in the text we have 2 suns and moons, and that could come around if we have a planar projection of a spherical Earth. And so next slide, please. So now I come to how this Mount Meru could have gotten its name. And in the mathematical text, we have the concept of Meru Prastar. Now, Meru Prastar is known world over as Pascal's triangle. But Pascal's triangle was invented long time back in India, long before Pascal, who discovered it in 1653. But we have the Jain mathematician Halayud, who in the 10th century, 975 AD, he wrote the commentary Myth Sanjeevani. And in this one, he gives a pictorial description of Meru Prastar. Meru Prastar means the staircase of Mount Meru. Next, please. Next slide, please. So this is a pictorial representation of Pascal's triangle or Meru Prastar. So basically, you start with 1, and then these are basically the coefficients in mathematics. These are called the binomial coefficients. So if you have a plus b to the power n, then all the coefficients, depending upon the n, will come like each row. So it will be a plus b is like 1 and 1. Then you go a square plus 2ab plus b square, you go 1 to 1. And in this Pascal's triangle, basically each of the numbers is a sum of 2 numbers that's above it. So if you look at 3, it is the sum of 1 and 2, and similarly, you can go down. Now this Meru Prastar, just looking at that, does not give the clue, but if you go to the next one, that tells you how it is related to Meru Prastar. Next slide, please. So now in this one, what I have done is that taken the sum of each row. And on the right side, you see the sum. So the first row has sum of 1, second has 2, third is 4, and then 8 and 16 and 32 and 64. In fact, so the sum of each row in Meru Prastar or Pascal's triangle is equal to 2 to the power n, where n starts with 0 for the first row, and then you continue. So each of the row is a double. So you can consider, if you consider this as a staircase, then you can see that each stair is double from the top. And what you can see is that this is now looks like a mountain. So what we read as the mountain may not be a real mountain, but a mathematical mountain. Next slide, please. So here we see how the islands and oceans are described in Jain scriptures. Similar descriptions are also in the Hindu Puranas, but there they stop at 7. And in the Jain scriptures, they go on for a very large number. So basically in the center, we have Jambudvip of 100,000 yojans, and it is surrounded by an ocean. It's called Lavan Samudra, that's 200,000. And that's surrounded by an annular island, Dhatki Khand, which is 400,000, and then it continues like that. So every annular diameter of each of the oceans is like double of the previous one. And here we see that we have a relation, just like the Mount Meru double, all these are doubling same way the Pascal triangles rows are also like double of each other. Next, please. And here we see that the same scheme, similar scheme, but now in a reverse kind of direction is in the Jambudvip. So Jambudvip is also very geometrically described. So if you begin from the Bharat region at the bottom, I have not shown it, it's like 1, and the next one is 2, and then next one, the width keeps on doubling till you come to the Mahavideha region. So if you take the unit as 1 for the Bharat region, then the Mahavideha region has the width of 64, and then it goes back down by half, 32, 16, 84, like that. So you have a geometrical progression, not just in the Jambudvip, but also in the Madhyalok or the middle world. Next, please. So before discussing this one, I would like to go back to slide number 5, please. Before this one, one more. One more. This would be the, yeah, this one. So now if you look at this picture, as a projection of what that you see a planar projection from the top. Now what you see is you see these circles on these. Now those circles are the line of constant latitude. Now if you look at those circles, this kind of reminds you of the circular island and the annular oceans and then annular islands. So this tells you that what we have in the Jain text, it could be related to an ancient coordinate system where the oceans and the islands could be representing the regions between constant latitudes. Now we can go back to the slide number, yeah, right here. So one before, please. So what we have is that we have reason to guess that what we have in the scriptures, as the description of the Jambudvip and the middle plain, could be related to a special kind of projection from the North Pole, but the exact is very, very complicated. So it probably we need to spend a lot of effort if we try to really understand it. But what could be that all those numbers of different number of suns and moons, they could all be part of this coming out from the special kind of projection. Now we can get some hint for that from what is described in the Hindu text, and in these texts there is a description of a coordinate system. Now, if we go to the text, like in Panch Siddhantika, it said that the earth is spotted by trees, mountains, cities. Meru mountain is the abode of the Devas, and the Asuras are down below. So we have the North Pole, which is the abode of the gods, and the South Pole, which is the abode of the demons. And then it describes if you go to the Sis Dibridhi Tantra, which is by astronomer Lalla, he describes that Yamkoti is to the east of Lanka, and then it says Romak is to the west, Siddhapuri is beneath Lanka, and Meru is to the north, and abode of the demons to the south. And then he continues that the 4 cities are on islands, Meru is on the land, the abode of the demons in the water, and then the 6 places are at a distance of 1/4 of Earth's circumference from each other. So next slide, please. So here I put all that information in the picture. And here you see the Earth as a globe with the North Pole, which is called Meru or Sumeru in our astronomical text. The bottom of opposite end is the South Pole, which is also called Kumeru. And then we have 4 points on the equator. The main point is Lanka, and Lanka is the intersection of the meridian that passes from Ujjain and so we have Lanka, which is at equator. So this is not the same Lanka as the Lanka of the Ramayana. And I prefer to call it astronomer's Lanka. And then at 90 degrees from there, we have got Yamkoti, Siddhapur, and Romak. So these are described as the cities, but they are not really any cities there. And we have to understand these as terms of a memory aid, that these are described so that they can pass on the information of this coordinate system to the next generation and to us. So similarly, we might have a kind of coordinate system embedded that described in our Jain text. Next slide, please. So in summary, the Meru Prastar is a mathematical division, a mathematical basis that could be at the basis of how the Earth was divided or further from the further beyond. So Meru is the North Pole as well as the Earth's axis of rotation. Jambudvip is a planar projection of a spherical Earth looking down from above the North Pole. And we can think of Meru as the apex of Meru Prastar, or the Pascal triangle is kind of a mathematical apex of a mathematical mountain. Next slide, please. So that concludes my talk. If any of you would like to get in touch with me, this is my email address, rajarammohanroy108@gmail.com. Now, also, now I understand that this is a very sacred geography, and my aim is only to try to understand it if there is something more hidden under it. But if I have offended anybody's feeling, then I would like to ask your forgiveness. Michhami Dukram.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajaram Mohan Roy. You know, we all know that there is some discrepancy between modern geography and what is written in Jain text, and this must be resolved. And I think lots of efforts have been done in this direction, and I think you at least try to rationalize it. And there are, I think, many important points which can be taken as the base value, and we can resolve the other problems which are there. Now we come to the last paper of today's session, and that is yet another subject, that is connecting mathematics with karma theory. And Dr. Tripti Jain, she is a professor of Prakrit and General Jain department at Jain University, and she's at Bangalore, and she will talk about now mathematics of karma. I think, as I mentioned before, and as we all know, I mean, there are two applications. So this is the application session in astronomy, in language, and in karma theory, that the mathematics has been, Jaina mathematics has been developed to be applied. So let us complete the application part by inviting Dr. Tripti Jain. She'll talk on confluence of mathematics of karma and human psychology. Please, Dr. Tripti Jain.
Dr. Jain, your video is off if you're planning to present.
No, sir, my audio and video both are on.
So we can hear you now, but we can't see you.
I think there is a slider on the camera which is closing. That's why I think we are seeing dark, even though I see your video is on. Maybe on your laptop.
Yes, yeah, I think now she's.
No, that was a picture actually.
She just came. There is a picture.
Yeah, that is a picture, but video is on. Our video is on, but there may be a slider on the top of our camera, like usually new laptops have it. That might be closed.
Yes. So what can I do, sir?
I think we can say hear you nice, so that maybe
you can continue
with the presentation in a sense of preserving the time. Maybe I don't know. You are last, but I think there is.
You can continue talking.
Yeah, I think we can hear you. You can proceed if it is possible.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Without video.
Okay, sir. Thank you. जे स्वरूप समझा बिना पाम्यो दुख अनंत समझाव्यो ते पद नमो Shri Sadguru Bhagavan. Jai Jinendra, and thank you panel for giving me an opportunity. The title of my paper is so extensive that a volume can be written on it, and hence no single paper can deal with the subject matter comprehensively. Anyhow, in the present paper, abstract with a brief history of Asian karma theory and its importance, an attempt has been endeavored to touch upon a certain aspects of some of the silent contributions of Jaina mathematics in comparison of modern mathematics. Also, these research articles will contemplate to highlight the mathematical analysis of karma theory and the relation with the human psychology. With the main task of this article, next slide, sir, please. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
In fact, Jainas evolved their own theories and made notable contributions to the science of medicines, mathematics, physics, astronomy, cosmology, the structure of matter and energy, and even the atoms, the fundamental structures of living beings, the concept of space and time, the theory of reality and human psychology. Here we shall only disclose about the converse between the mathematics, a number of karma theory and human psychology. Next, please, sir. The main object of this article is the mathematics analysis of karma theory and number of karma change the human psychology. I am not the expert in a mathematics. I am special giving a thanks to Professor Anupam sir and Professor Narendra sir. I am using his text to write on my paper. Sir, please go on the direct to 7th number flight, because in between there are history of mathematical texts, the Jain philosophy of karma, and the what is human psychology. But because of short of time,
So is this the right slide?
Slide number 7.
One second. Okay. So this is slide 7. Do you want me to stay here or move on to some other slide?
Number of karma change the human psychology.
Okay.
Now, here we main focus on that, the number of karma theory and human psychology. Professor Anupam Jain has also said the mathematics is the mirror of human civilization. Now, a person is influenced by the number in day-to-day life. The use of the figure happen often in every task. This number affects the mindset of a person. We know that the numbers play an important role in our life. Almost all the things we do involves number and mathematics. Like calling a member of a family, calculating your daily budgets, cooking, anything that involves idea of proportions, weight of fruits, vegetables, using elevators or lift to go the floor, upper floors, looking the price, uh, in short, and so on. In short, we all are involved with the number, and without number, we are nothing to do. If we want to change a person's behavior, sometimes all you have to do change in a number. For example, a company change the price all the times to make our services more or less attractive to a buyer. In the same way, we know that the karma particles are quantified in a numerate, innumerate, and infinity. The person himself can able to reduce or increase the number of his karmic particles, which can result in his personal or spiritual growth. Next slide, sir. This is the number of karmas. Ghati karmas is 4, aghati karmas is 4. The male mool prakriti is 8. Out of this, ghati karmas and aghati karmas. Subdivisions of karmas is 148. Mainly all the karmas are divided into two parts. It's punya and pap karmas. This punya and pap karmas, the purest karmic particles is caused by a purest psychos dispositions of the creature while the performing the activities of body, mind and speech, and sinful karmic particle is caused by the impulsive psychic dispositions. The punya karma is 66 in a number and the pap karma is 82. In Jain philosophy, 18 pap is also elaborated separately. These numbers are show the types of karmas. We often ask, how many sins will you commit? And it is also said that by virtue of selflessness, let's not count it. This language is the proof that the sins and punya karmas is quantified well. And every countable and uncountable things are affect the mindset. For example, if the number of cash amount is in ascending order, then there is happiness, and vice versa, it hurts too. Similarly, by the explaining the theory of karma in a mathematical form or in a number form, the mathematician has tried to create a mentality to achieve a eternal happiness, eternal knowledge, etc., by destroying the eternal sorrows. Such as if the number of punya karma, pudgal bondage is in ascending order, then there is happiness. And if pap karma particles bondage is in increasing order, then there is a sadness. The person himself tries to reduce and eliminate the number of karmic particles. When the number of pap karmas is 0 and the punya karmas particle is also in decreasing order, then one day persons will be achieving a infinity happiness that is called the keval gyan. Sir, next slide please. Gunistan are the steps to reach on the roof of the super soul. Gunistan are the classified in a logical manner according to the principle of decreasing inquietudeousness and the increasing of purity, and not in a chronological order in which they could pass. Relapse are possible in the case of every soul. They can throw it down from the ascended stage and withdraw completely or partly in the development so far. The times to get up and down these steps depend on the human thoughts. This time is to be taken is calculated in the mathematical text of karma, and subtractions and additions are also used to make the chart of Gunistan on the basis of Bandh, Uday, Udina, Upsham of karmas. Sir, next slide please. In these 14 steps, attempt has been made to explain the bondage of karma, power, race, udina, etc. and the main division of subdivisions of karmas too, through the arithmetical progression, and the tabulator method is used to make the Gunistan table. In this table, by addition and subtractions of things which uplift and down the personality of the persons are explained. Following is the table of the numbers of sub-prakritis which may have the ability. So many examples and so many tables are giving in my full script paper. Here I am giving only the sample. Next slide, sir, please. Sorry, sir, I am not seeing. Hello?
So I'm on slide 12. Is that the right number?
Yes, sir. No,
Okay.
sir. One more slide is between. It's slide number 11.
Okay. I'm sorry. So
In
this is
slide number
11.
10, in slide number 10, I am giving the number of karma and stage of Gunistan affect the human psychology.
So maybe I have a different presentation.
On 10th of December, I am giving an update PPT.
Anyway, the slide is not there. So let us proceed. If you can tell without slide, please.
Okay, sir.
You may have the numbers with you.
In my presentation, I am giving some of the sample of the table of Gunistan. They are giving us numbers in the Gunistan. We go for the uplift and the down. So the main thing is that the numbers affect our behavior, and we try to if we see that numbers of the Gunistan, we will try to go for the uplift. Now the next, in the karma theory, the combination and permutation method is also used for explaining the person how the persons gain the karmic particles, and they attack to solve and attached with the soul, and they receive the sadness. The combination method used in elements which affect the human personality. There will be an attempt to explain how a human behavior component that destroy the personality of the person, combinations with the other component, and destroy the personality completely. Through the mathematical method of permutation and combinations, many new equations are formed by joining one element with the other elements, which affect the human personality. For example, anger destroys the peace of mind or eternal qualities of the personality. Combination of two things, anger and bad speech, destroy the eternal as well as the external qualities of human personality. The combination of three things, anger, speech, and action of body, destroy his or her respect also in other eye. The combinations of four things, anger, speech, action of body, and mind, man lose himself his pieces. In Jain terminology, is called bhangas, which is the reason of bondage of karmic particles with the sense. If there is no slide, Professor Anupam Jain has given the one equations is NCP is equal to N in bracket N minus 1 in bracket N minus 2 and so on upon 1, 2, 3 in bracket P minus 2, P minus 1 and P etc. Hence, by the increasing of one things, the increasing in bhangas is to extent of double of the previous one. And the total number of bhangas is 2 and minus 1 is equal to 3. There is an increasing of 2 in the number of bhangas, which but one thing is added, therefore making the number of things from 2 to 3. The total number of bhangas become 2, 3 minus 1 is equal to 7. This all calculations are given in my paper, and sorry for the presentations also. This calculation is also given in my presentation. This is my fault. I'm giving the presentations too late on the 10th of December.
No, apologize. We should have.
That is all right, I think. I think you have made the point.
No, sir,
Yes.
this is my mistake.
No problem.
Now,
Please wind up.
In third way, the karma is also the karma particles is affect the number of karmic particles is also affect our human behavior. The third way is in the karma theory, the comparisons between living beings by the minimum and maximum limits to jiva of nark, dev, manushya, and moksha, and the comparisons between the types of humans Samuchim and Garbaj is also given in the theory of karma theories called the Alpa Bahutva. So many calculations were made in the text of karma which show the comparisons between living beings according to his or her volume of senses of biggest living beings. These comparisons stop the persons to do wrong or bad things and provoke for all good habits. Out of them, The main thing is the difference in order of human, hell, God, and Tiryanch Gati is called the minimum voluminous. That human being is a minimal in the comparison of whole, hell, God, and Tiryanch. Hell as numerous in comparison of human beings, and God is sorry, hell is numerous in a comparison of human beings, and God is minimal in a comparisons of hell, and Tiryanch multi-numerous. It means human beings are in a minimum numbers, and Tiryanch are maximum numbers, and health and God continuously minimal as compared to human beings. In order to understand the properly, the number of human beings, etc., are specified in a scientifically order. The human numbers, there are two segments. It's a Samuchim and Garbhaj. And the calculation of the number in a Samuchim, how many Samuchim Manush and how many Garbhaj Manush, so many calculations are given that how many is the Samuchim Manush and Garbhaj Manush. If the persons think that, oh, human beings are the less in numbers, so they try to get a rebirth in a human or in a dev. So he doing a good things in a life. He change his behavior for getting the dev gati or in human gati. The main most important thing is that fuzzy mathematics from a branch of mathematics related to a fuzzy set theory and fuzzy logic. This was introduced in 1965 by Lotfi Askar, but the intensity of the karma theory is fully fuzzy mathematics. It means the mathematics of karma theory is the founder of fuzzy set theory. By the influx, yoga and kashai, the bondage of the soul to karma is of four, according to the nature, duration, intensity, and the quantity. Out of this, the measurement of intensity is in the fuzzy
Bhandari
set
Sahab,
theory.
we may be running
Yes.
out.
Yes, I think, can I request you to please close now with one or two statements?
Okay, sir, within 2 minutes, sir. In the fuzzy set theory, the concept and set
We may
theories
not
are
have 2
powerful
minutes.
concepts.
Maybe she should wrap up in a couple of sentences, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Maybe
So-
take a minute or so. That's fine. But don't take 2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Maybe it will be say in an artificial manner. The intensity is a high, not quite high, very high, low, very low. This indicates this is a fuzzy mathematics. And so many things are area of karma in mathematics, like a Bhuyaskar, which show the calculation is depend on the karma time and group, the number of karmas that are tied to living beings at one time. That group is one bondage place. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing out this very important aspects of mathematics, its application in karma theory. We are, of course, running short of time. I'm supposed to make a summary, but I'll use my time if, with permission of Pankaj Bhai, if there are some pressing questions, one or two, so that I think the next program is panel discussion, and that will be the most important part. So, what do you say?
Okay.
Yes, please.
I would like to I would like to give the opportunity to one of the scholar only for a few minutes who missed it yesterday. If you like to give a 3-4 minutes of presentation, we can accommodate him without any question and answer. Is Dr. Jain Acharya? If he's there, he can give a very quick presentation of on maybe a verbal presentation, because it may be too much to go back and retrieve his presentation. Is Dr. Jain Acharya, is he there?
I saw him on earlier, but now I don't see him.
Okay, let's continue.
I don't see him. So
okay,
he was promoted as panelist earlier.
Okay. Bhandari Sahab, please continue.
I think we have to have a panel discussion, which is the most interesting part of this symposium. I think this is a historical moment that Pankaj Bhai and Manoj Bhai and Sulaik Bhai and all these Dr. Vimal Jain and so on. I can't name all of them, but they have brought out this all of us together, and I think we have to look into the future. So I want to spend more time in discussing what next. So I will not summarize. I'm supposed to summarize, but let me tell one or two sentences that there are three aspects of mathematics. This mathematics, Jain mathematics, is with a purpose for explaining karma theory, for understanding all this thing regarding Gunasthan and karma theory, which Dr. Tripti Jain has brought out, and astronomy and astrology. I don't know, many people don't believe in astrology, but I think this is a separate subject of discussion. And then, of course, in the beginning, we discussed physics and numerals and other aspects. So this is a comprehensive way. We got at least an overall view. And now I'll take maybe 5 minutes or so, open the floor for questions.
May I just say something, Bhandari ji?
Ji.
Hello. First of all, this has been a great platform, and I give my respect to all the great scholar, what I've seen the work. As I said in one of my discussion where I was asked, the possible path of Jain thinking, there are two routes are going on. The one is what I call in a statistical term or mathematical historical data mining. In other words, that one finds new scripture or new canonical or any writing manuscript, then translate it and then establish it's in some form historical priorities of Jain thinking. So this is more academic line, the way the subject has gone, that there is a more historical data mining. But the other, which from my point of view, and there are talks on both areas, modern data assimilation. In other words, emphasis on accessibility. There is so much gyan everywhere in Jain thinking, and karma, as you said, is the foundation, that bringing these ideas in the mainstream, rather than within ourselves, but to the general population, general way of looking at things, integrating them, extending them. I think this is another way of contemporary way of modern data assimilation.
Sir, we'll discuss this in the panel discussion, because you have some suggestion, as I understand.
I thought it was, sorry, I misunderstood it. Okay.
Yeah, no, just now I am asking for questions for these 8 lectures we had. If anybody wants to ask to the speakers any pressing questions or any clarifications, I think we open to the floor. And what you are saying is very correct. But we'll discuss it in the next this panel discussion where suggestion for future. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I think
it was the first question in the question answer from Dr. Naveen Mehta, and this was around 9:40. So I'm assuming it was either Parasmalji's or Dr. S.T. Agrawal's presentation. In the current methods of calculations, we have 1 light year as a starting point of extremely large concept of distance and time. So is there in the Jain system a similar intermediate starting point?
Maybe Dr. Anupam Jain can throw some light on this question.
So please repeat the question.
So in the current methods of calculations, we have 1 light year as a starting point of extremely large concept
Yeah.
of distance and time. Is
Yeah.
there something similar in the Jain system?
No,
there is nothing. Okay.
Nothing. Because in Jain system, the measurement system is quite different, and whenever it is established, they have no concept of the light year. But at present, when the concept of light year came, it can be equated with any number, but so far no effort has been made.
May I put one? May I reply this also?
Yeah, sure.
But as I
think,
understand,
as compared to
just
light
1
year,
minute, please. Just 1 minute. As I understand, these very large numbers which cannot be expressed are given as x raised to power y raised to power z to the power so on, and that is much larger than light years, because light years can still be expressed in power. So I think, can you just clarify? We have large numbers in Jain mathematics.
Yeah, we have large number. That there is no direct. Professor Agarwal will say something, but there is no direct connection from light year to countable or uncountable numbers.
now questioner asks, is there any unit of distance in Jain system which is very large, and that large unit which I know is Raju? How many light years we don't know, but there is one word Raju, and the size of whole cosmos is length is 14 Raju and volume is 343 cubic Raju. So Raju is far bigger than light year. Probably he or she wants to know this thing.
Yeah, true. That is correct.
And Raju, one Raju is canonically uncountable number, but Professor G.R. Jain tried to evaluate it in cosmology old and new, but his decisions are not unanimously accepted.
Okay, is there any other question here?
There is one more thing that was from Dr. Sudha Jain. Her question was, I have studied so many books, but in Symposium, I want to clear my question by interacting live from the speaker. And this was around 10:35. So I would say either Dr. Chaya Seth or Anil Kumar Jain were talking at the time.
I think she is dropped off now.
Okay. So she can probably, if anybody could reach.
No, actually, our question was answered by Dr. Agarwal. It was for Agarwal. So.
Okay, so that is done. Okay, I'll just make sure that it is marked. Okay.
There's one more hand raised by someone named Shanti.
Ji, yes, sir.
Do you have any question?
I was only can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. We can hear you.
When the question came about distance, I answered there with Raju, but the other person already answered. And Dr. Anupam Jain also mentioned, but there have been calculations. If you can look up 10 raised to 15 to 10 raised to 21 is roughly the order of distances in terms of miles that are given for one Raju. So it's not one fixed number, but in that, it's a huge number. So you
that
can.
Is in kilometers, right?
Well, it's I'm giving you miles. Miles and kilometers are not that much different.
Okay.
When you talk to 10 raised to 15 and 10 raised to 21. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
The point is that Jain units of distance and time are very controversial. I guess this group has to study them and rationalize them, because there's a lot of confusion about the units of time and distance. Okay, is there any other question here?
May I ask one question to Pankaj Bhai?
Yes, जरूर से.
I am very much impressed by the way you are arriving at the birth time of Parshnath and Bhagwan Mahavir. I am curious to know that the gap between Parshnath and Mahavir seems to be 250 years, but as per our scriptures, that is very large time. So is there any possibility that your method gives more than one answer?
No, the difference between the 23rd and 24th Tirthankar, it is generally accepted is at 250 years. It is accepted. But going from 23rd to 22nd Tirthankar, that's very controversial. Now, so I did not even, we have no good data that I can go even further than Parshvanath. So the only, the scripture, Kalpa Sutra and Bhadrabhahu's Kalpa Sutra, and I believe Acharam Sutra, it states that, at least the Kalpa Sutra, it states that the difference between the 23rd and 24th Tirthankar is exactly 250 years. So beyond that, I could not see any point trying to validate anything else.
Okay, thank you.
It could become very controversial.
Thank you.
But sir, your method can give within 1 year, right?
No, not within couple of days, not within.
Then can you tell in years and days and months?
Yeah,
what is the difference?
No, I listed 23rd and 24th Tirthankar. I listed the Tithi and Gregorian date and exact date.
I see.
I have, and I will be glad to provide.
Chart shows exact date.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other question here?
One question from Chaya Seth. I want
Yes.
to ask one question from Chaya Seth.
Yes, please.
You have said in your presentation that the second, third, fourth khandas of Siribhuvala contain. You said that second, third, fourth khandas contain the material regarding mathematics, astronomy, Ayurveda, etc. Whether you have seen any khand other than Mangal Prabhat? As per my knowledge, second khand is Shrutavatar and remaining khand Sandhavala, Mahadhavala, etc. Whether you have seen that khandas?
I have seen the one which has been decoded, the Shutradhar and the Bhaktamar, and the others, the pictures are not very visible. So I have this one.
As per our information, only 59th chapter of Mangal Prabhat is available. Only one khand Mangal Prabhat is available, and remaining khand cannot be traced so far.
So the first,
from where you where you got the information about the Shrutavatar and other khandas?
It is web sources. And
do you have any source?
I have mentioned in the references, and the first khand, one minute, the first khand is telling a detail about what the other khands are having. So on that basis, we have come to the conclusion, that these are the things which are following in it, in the rest of the khands.
Okay, thank you. I think we are short of time. You can talk later on about this. This is, I think, something to look into more detail. So before I close, I have to request Dr. Surendra Jain to lead the panel discussion. But before that, I just want to make one or two small comments. That this is a fantastic meeting in which everybody has come on a platform, and I see that lots of people are interested in it. And you see, so far, Jainism or Jain Samaj has not given due importance to research and academic work. Actually, we are lagging behind. So about 20 years ago in Ahmedabad, we started a Science and Jainism Forum, and we have published some books. and we have a group of research scholars, and we have a what we call as Jain Academy of Scholars. And I would like to, we should have one platform where we can all work. So what should we do in future? There are many controversies and people are not convinced. In our study, we have found that many things which are written in Agam, as scientific things and in mathematics and in biology and so on, were discovered by the Western scientists about 1,000 years or 500 years later. And who is responsible for this is the scholars. I think scholars have not put forward all the findings to the world, but one has to convince, we convince the world that zero was discovered here, and now people are convinced. But so many other things were mentioned here. We have not brought them out very forcefully and very conclusively with evidence that these were discovered here. So we lose the credit for that. And I think I appreciate this effort of this Boston Center to open the global platform. And what Sulekh Bhai said, that there is a school which is going to be supported, and there are research scholars who can work on it. So that is great. So there are two aspects of this. One is that what is there in Agams, the treasure, we have not understood and we have not presented. This is one aspect. And the second aspect is what is there which is not known to science or modern people. I think those things we should be able to discover. And there's a whole lot of list. I don't have time here to discuss, but you are welcome to contact us or read our books. This has been all brought out. So I'm very happy, and I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this great effort. This is, I think, first of the series, I believe, and I think this will continue with the emphasis not only on mathematics and astronomy, but on physics and biology and chemistry and so on, other subjects. And I think we can bring out the treasure what Jainism has. It is how scientific it is and how many things are discussed there. And one or two things I may mention is the wave particle duality is very well described. We have not brought it out, and the European scientists spent nearly 100 years debating about this.
Yeah, we will discuss this as a part of the panel discussion.
Yes. So I'm just closing this and thanking Pankaj Bhai. I just introduced that the panel discussion is going to be very interesting.
Right.
So please be there, don't leave. And I think you can all join, and we can all together bring out the glory of Jainism. And Acharya Shri Nandi Ghosh Vijayji is there. So with his blessings, I think this has gone on very well. And I think we can go to the panel discussion. With this few remarks, I would invite Dr. Surendra Jain to lead the panel discussion.
Just one more comment before the panel discussion. I would like to again remind everyone that we do have a closing ceremony. So I would like all the scholars from India and maybe everywhere, please watch our Boston Jain Center, our activities, our Pathshala activities, how we celebrate. It is colorful, musical. So after panel discussion, please stay and continue watching the Boston Jain Center activities. That will be led by Preeti Jain. So Dr. Surendra Saab, please continue with the panel discussion.
Okay. Can you listen me? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, well, thank you.
So I hand over the floor to you.
Okay. Thank you, Pankaj Bhai. And I want to say this was a great, unbelievable presentations. I can tell you, I am completely carried away and swayed by the presenters and their enthusiasm. The only thing which I have to emphasize in this panel discussion, people should make it point that what is our aim and objectives? What are our aims and objectives? That's what I want to make it clear when I want to start. Our aim and objectives are to bring to the attention of a common scientist in the world, what is hidden in the Jain literature. That is my aim. But I cannot do that, or you cannot do that, nobody can do that in one volume. If we do that, we will have a book, a popular book to read as a novel. That's not our object. What I am concerned is the following. I have seen several books written by very good authors on the history of mathematics. In fact, I also taught once or twice. I did not see anything anywhere where mention about the contributions made in our Jain literature. So that was something which I even myself did not know when I taught it. It was several years ago. So what I'm learning now from all of you, that there is a hidden literature which contains all these, not all these, some of the things which were discovered by earlier scientists or earlier mathematicians. So what is our aim? Our aim is not to go through physics or astronomy or this. We have to do one thing at one time. We can have one volume at one time, then we can have continue. If we want to bring it to the scientists in that area. If I write a popular book, that's fine also. I'm not saying against it. So we should focus our head on one thing which will be looked upon by the historians in mathematics, number two, historian in physics, and so on and so forth. Now, I'm sure there is a history of each science is taught in each college or in each department, as I know in mathematics. So that is my aim. Well, let us. I've seen, of course, a lot of nice stuff mentioned by many of you in different areas, including codings, encoding, Shannon theory. But I am not still convinced. I'm still not convinced where is the connection which was hidden, which was there in our Jain literature. So my objective, I have collected a number of reviewers, okay, who would be going through some of the lectures or talks. I have read 35 papers. You have 35 presentations, I think approximately. I looked for the last 3-4 months. I have been looking off and on, not continuously, one or two or the others. And now I have seen you, and I am very much impressed how enthusiastic all of you are. But what is the purpose? Not to have a social gathering and praise each other. The purpose is to achieve something. What are we going to achieve? So that anybody who writes a book next time in the history of mathematics, he should see that this is a genuine thing to be added. That's my purpose. So with this, I can say now, we can open the discussion with anybody who wants to start. This is my objective, and I would like everybody to, I would like to be in touch on the phone or on the email with some of you whom I would like to interact. What they are saying, what are the references, where are have you read that? As just now somebody asked someone about, have you read that chapter 3 or 4 of that, which is not existent. So we don't want that. It has to be verified by anybody who want to say, yes, this is correct. So don't give me anything which is non-existent and you should guess it is there somewhere. I don't want that. So that's my purpose. This is what I'm going to do. If you have any questions or some discussions, we can start, and anybody who can.
Again, I'd like to remind everyone that Professor Surendra Saab, he will lead the efforts of critically reviewing all the papers. And it is an intense desire that whatever the proceedings we publish, it has to meet the international quality. And he has the vision that we may even hire a professional reviewers, professional historians to review all our papers. And perhaps it could happen that we may not include all the papers, but how is this not the case? But again, my point is, after we review all the paper, after we will hire all the reviewers, and we will send the papers back for your second round of comments. And we will urge you that please again revise your papers based on the instruction provided by Professor Surendra Saab Jain. And even I like continue the panel discussion for the panel discussion.
Yeah, this will be reviewed by the persons who are professors in the history of mathematics or knowledgeable, not just by anybody. And we would like to get the remarks, reviews, if they find something is not up to the mark. See, what our problem is. We have been doing this, I note, last 30 years, 40 years or more. In India, there are several people who are working. They're all doing some nice things. But what is the use of that when nobody in the West has understood that? Nobody has West known that. There's no reliable books in English which I can even refer or they can refer. So that is our own fault, not anybody's fault. We have not brought, we have written books, yes. We have done a lot of work, yes. I admire that. But nothing has come out to the attention of the Western world. So
Agrawal Sahab, SC Agrawal Sahab. Unmute yourself, unmute, 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 unmute yourself. Unmute, okay, sorry. Okay, anybody else has other comments? Please continue.
Yeah, I have, sorry to
Oh,
continue.
okay, yeah, Agrawal Sahab.
My way of looking at things which are very similar. I think that one of the important is not only Jain mathematics, but Jain thinking, how to get it assimilated. You know, not that Jains are known as much in Western world, at least what I can tell of UK. So assimilating this one of the wonderful philosophy of Jain, I think is one of the important focus and accessibility. What we do should be accessible and eventually it should come into the mainstream. You know, like our exciting mathematics of Jain, how to bring it to the mainstream. So I think it is a goal which is not only, as far as I could see, to make the writer of mathematics, history of mathematics to be aware, but it is a broader community, broader philosophy, broader thinking, you know, how to get, because I know the most popular thing in academia, rightly, is translate, you know, discover what I call data mining. You know, this is very, very important. But on the other hand, accessibility, you know, assimilation, I think is something which is one is trying very hard.
I agree with you.
Perhaps
Let
this
us
is
make
what
it
we
short.
could look at.
Excuse me. Let us make it short by trying to see what can we do. What you
Yeah,
say?
that's it.
Yeah.
What can we do? I think this is it's some form of a joint efforts.
Yeah.
You know, how to make this. I don't want to go about what my work is, but on the other hand, you know, there are at some point, perhaps one could say, you know, it would require a what I call, you know, some form of think tank.
Thank you, Mardia Sahab. Thank you, Mardia Sahab. Surendra Sahab. SC Agrawal, you had some comments earlier.
Agrawal Sahab, you were saying something. Yeah, I think I see there are some books. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to give reference of one book.
Yes.
On history of mathematics. Perhaps that is what you are trying to say. The Crest of the Peacock, Non-European Roots of Mathematics. It was published in 2011, Princeton University Press. Now, the beauty of this book is to bring out the contributions of ancient Indian mathematicians and to raise these questions as you have raised. There is a,
by the way,
there are about 10 pages
yes.
on Jain mathematics as well, where he has said that the infinity and many concepts which were developed by Jain scholars in around 500 BC are credited to Cantor and others. So I suggest all the readers to read this book. It's a beautiful book. and he has tried to justify. He has said that my book is free from any ism. So
Yes.
by G. Joseph.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
by Joseph.
Yes. Princeton University Press. Yeah.
Princeton University. Beautiful book.
Yeah. Definitely. I know. And next person, please. Anybody else? Please speak something.
I if there is none, then I have one comment.
He has somebody. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, please. Somebody has a comment. Yeah.
You want me to go ahead, or Saben has? Let me, while I'm speaking, let me, one comment. I mean, with all this mathematics presentation that we saw, we still did not see a direct connection between mathematics and karma science. All the monumental work done by L.C. Jain, our hope that some of the scholars will review, understand, and make it present those work in a simpler form. The karma theory presented in a different volume prepared by L.C. Jain. I would like to invite future scholars to make some papers on the work of the L.C. Jains.
Yeah, that's a good point, but there will be second volume, not to do with what we at this moment we are thinking about. That's a great thing to Jainism and religion and mathematics. Next, please.
Well, if you don't have any comment, then
So Chaya Ben had raised her hand before.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That was exactly what Pankaj Bhai said. In a different way, he resonated what I wanted to tell. The relationship between Jainism and karma theory, mathematics, is very much look forward to in this seminar, in this symposium.
This was a great symposium. Opening my eyes, I was carried away. Yes.
May I give a small suggestion?
Yes, please.
May I say something?
No, it is a. Okay, sir. You go ahead.
Just this is about the observation you have made earlier. See, about the karma mathematics, karma theory and its mathematics, Mr. Anupam Jain actually gave me a project to write a monograph on mathematics in karma scriptures, which I have completed. He may be able to actually confirm it actually, and that I have given all the aspects of Jaina mathematics related to karma theory, including the theories of Asankhya, Ananta, then about geometrical aspects, about algebraic formulation, etc. Everything I have given there. And as Mr. Surinder, Professor Surinder wanted, I have given everywhere all the references, the books, the old scriptures, page numbers, everything I have given there.
Yes, I know. That's clear.
What you are listening is a Dr. Ratan Lal Shah, and he published many papers on Jain mathematics.
Just one quick comment I have. Pankaj Bhai?
Jain.
Yeah, can I have it just 30 seconds question?
Of course. Praveen Bhai,
okay.
Whatever the time you need.
I got one question. Whenever I teach Jainism to high school kids, okay, particularly Jain geography. And one simple question every time I teach, when I present that presentation, he says, is Jain leaders are going to accept Earth is round or not? The very simple question. Every other religion has accepted. Christianity accepted it. Buddhism has already accepted it. Everybody else. They haven't seen or they haven't heard any Jain leaders has said Earth is round or not. Because scripture is saying it is all flat, not moving. Okay, the two suns and the two moons theory, and we all know that. I'm not going to repeat all those things. Is there anything this committee or this group is thinking? It will help me to some extent, but we haven't found anybody.
I will let other scholars talk, Dr. Agrawal Saab or Anup Sulek Saab, let them. I did come across one of the Acharya Nandi Gosaraj. He, in conjunction with the Dr. Jain, they have published a booklet on the same topic, that yes, there are possibilities that some of the things that the major discrepancies that we see could have resulted from the translation or misinterpretation. That's so Acharya Nandi Ghosh Maharaj Sahib, he is probably the first Acharya ji, he admits that yes, there is a disconnection. But I would like to listen from other scholars.
Okay, good.
Acharya ji, would you like to share something here?
No, we talk about.
Yes, I have written a book with the collaboration of Dr. Jivraj Jain, that Earth is round or not, Earth is moving or not. There are so many questions regarding Jain geography and Jain cosmology. To solution of this question, we have tried to new concept, which is called the statistical system, statistical map. Jain cosmology and Jain geography is a totally statistical map, not aerial projection map. Hence, in this way, Dr. Jivraj Jain has pursued the Jain cosmology and Jain geography. Today's presentation, Dr. Raja Ram Mohan Rai has said that North Pole may be the Mount Meru, but it is, I didn't accept it, because Mount Meru, concept of Mount Meru and other kshetras are quite different than we have assumed. So we have to reconsider our concept and presentation of the Jain cosmology with the help of statistical map. It is a statistical map, nothing else. So that we have tried, and many scientists are able to accept it. Dr. Paresh Mutiwala has accepted, and many scientists and many intellectual persons accept this statistical map concept. Hence, it is a very interesting subject to solve all the questions regarding Jain geography, Jain astronomy, and Jain cosmology. We have to try for it. Otherwise, next generation will never trust with our granthas and agamas.
Yeah.
If someone is interested in the book Guruji is talking about, please email me. I will share those books with the permission of Dr. Jairaj Jain. Mathen Vandami Guruji.
Yeah, Mathen Vandami Gurudev.
Surendra Saab, Surendra ji, please continue, Surendra ji.
Yes, please.
In future we will publish the English edition, this text also, and its draft has been sent to me by Dr. Jivraj Jain to me, and I will refer it and comment it. Then we will going to publish it. If you are interested, then I will send you its draft to you for the correction and your comment.
Acharya Guruji, I have one comment that we have been publishing good books, I would say, in India, which have not come to the attention of many people who are going to quote it, cite it, and talk about it. So it has to be first-rate publication in the sense that anybody in the world, doesn't have to be west or east or north, who should be able to accept it, publishing it, who knows that there is a market for that. See, nobody would publish a book if it cannot sell it. So therefore, either it has to be published here in order that we are able to convey our message, or we want to stay as we have been all so many years within our own well, we can stay that way. So I would request that let it be a first-rate book which can convince people who are logically thinkers that this has meaning, and with a with the full proof of what we are talking. We cannot just go by emotions that this says we are Jains and therefore it has to be correct.
Yes, you are right.
And the next, can you go to the next questions or next panelists or next other points in discussion? Otherwise,
I have a small point to make, a small suggestion, if you'll permit me. See, I like this idea of having international quality of publication. And that is why I'm suggesting that there are two places we should publish in a journal, so that it is not only we review it and be satisfied, but it is an international community who reviews and accepts. So there are two journals. One is coming from Chicago, the History of Religions. You can publish there. They will only accept it if it makes sense, not to us, but to the world. And other is what Indian Academy of Sciences, Indian National Science Academy brings out Journal of History, Journal of History of Science.
Know that. Yes.
So if you submit there, it will get reviewed, and it will not have this, our emotional component.
Yeah, I would comment on your point that we will be doing more aggressive a reviewer. Journals are fine, but then those are individually submitted. Unless
you submit as a special issue.
Listen.
Yeah.
Unless the editorial board has no objection. I'm just of two journals. Editorial board, the editor-in-chief has the policy of publishing the so-called proceedings of the conferences. Normally, we do not allow that. We don't allow that. But some journals may do that. That would be one possibility. Yes, we can look into that. I'm not sure whether that will be again looked favorably by, or rather, it will not reach within the reach of the academicians who teach history of such areas, mathematics or science. They will not reach there. We, as I'm history of mathematics, if I read, I don't go to journals. I just take a book and teach through that. Okay, if I'm doing research, yes, that is fine. So in order that this is what our aim is to bring into the books. I talk to some of the authors of the books, say we do not even know what's there. I say, well, look at the India. Say, well, those books are not accessible. So that's what my point is. The Chicago Journal of Religion, I'm not sure. Again, the same problem, but I would prefer not to do that. Unless it is somebody, most people want it, I have no problem.
But again, and
may I make one point?
Please.
Professor Surender,
yes,
may I make one point?
Please, go ahead.
See, I only differ with you on one aspect.
Please.
No, there are so many things in Jainism, they are mythological. They won't stand to the test of the modern science. But do we mean that we should not probe into that and bring out some points, the thinking processes, how they were thinking on the same lines? One example I will give you, sir, that contrast theory of transfinite numbers and our theory of Asankhyaat and Ananta, etc., there are so much parallel in that. Maybe they lack the rigor. They said Keval Jnana is Ananta, so they talked about K by 2, K by 3 also, like that. So I'm not saying that, but it must be our effort also to see that we bring out that these, okay, they are wrong. They may not be correct from the modern standards, but we should bring out that how they were thinking and all that, and in what context they were thinking like that.
Well, that is what.
For example, hell, heaven, nobody will accept that concept. But Does it mean?
Let me interrupt. Yes, I do not have any problem of bringing those facts, provided they have not been disproved.
They are not being
disproved.
No, so many things will be disproved, sir. That is,
then there is no. Then we are not going. We will throw in the trash. We may be thinking ourselves we are great, but it has to be widely acceptable.
You know, I mean, we cannot we cannot publish article that will really meet the standard scientific standards, or so there will be some qualitative statements, some abstract things also.
So, for example, suppose I want to translate Tuluy Panit in English. Will it not be a good effort?
Yes,
at least it will give idea how the ancients were thinking about the world. Whether Jambudvip was North Asia or so, all those things we can bring out there.
Yes, I would like to read that myself. Many people, but what we are saying is different. That is a popular book, like now Science for Anything. That's good.
Surendrabhai,
Yeah.
Surendrabhai.
Yeah.
We have a 1,000-mile journey to go. This is our first and second step.
Yes.
Slowly we have to start. We should not have a utopia plan. We have not done this, we have not done this. We are starting that journey with all these people. So slowly we'll make that dent. So I think that this is a very first step, and many steps have to be taken.
Correct. But we should take the step so that we can go second step. Then we don't go behind zero step.
We are on that path.
Yeah,
we have started that journey.
We are on the path which is meaningful and people appreciate it. So they follow us. Now then they make mock of us and then we are thrown out.
No, don't worry. We are just starting this journey.
We are on a great. See, I've met so many people, heard so many people. I'm amazed. I'm actually carried away that how much literature we have, which is not known to so many people, including me.
Good.
So we have to bring it out, but we have to bring it volumes, different volumes. Each has a different aim.
Sir, one minute, sir.
Yes, sir.
Stephen Hawking has written a book, God Made Integers.
Yes, yeah.
There he has given right from all the old scientists, etc. No, many of their theorems were not correct. Many of the things are not that advanced. And all that. But will it not be proper also to bring out that how our ancients were thinking, what were their idea? At that time, they were thinking in that manner.
Yeah, we should do that. We should do that as a separate volume. Yes, we will have a separate volume.
Okay, I think we will end.
Sir, I want to ask, you have described the short-term goal that you want to publish a book. Do you have a long-term goal that in the next 10 years, what you want to do? You have some, at least we should set up some goal.
I think Sulekh Bhai can address that thing. And after Sulekh Bhai addresses our long-term goal in the next couple of minutes, we would like to present our closing ceremony. We are
okay, sir. Okay.
But Sulekh Bhai, maybe you can address the last inquiry in couple of minutes. Then we will start our closing ceremony. So our Preeti Ben is ready to closing ceremony. But before we start, Sulekh Bhai, please address the last couple of items we discussed.
Jai Jinendra, Namaskar. Again, I'm so amused, so thrilled. We were just talking about this 2 years ago, and it is culminating into a whole treasure of information and all these people that have come together. We did not know many of those people. So again, I say, we are just starting this journey and we have to plan many new steps. And in fact, I was just thinking, I will be calling Dr. Narendra Bhandari, whom we know each other. He has this group of scientific group who are also Jain scholars, 25 of them, they are working. We have to work with them. Maybe the next seminar, which I'll be requesting, is to take some aspect of that, whether in what is the contribution of Jains to the scientific knowledge. Mathematics is just one part. So there were many seminars. We have this model now. Since 2 days, our attendance has been 100+. we could not have achieved this if we were meeting physically. Okay, many people from many different continents. So they've been participating. So I think we have a journey to go. We have many institutions now in America. We are going to work in India, also in Europe. So I think my humble request is let's all join hands together and move on from there.
Yes.
So, okay.
This is a blessing in disguise, Sanekji. This is a blessing in disguise that we have this conference on Zoom or online, so that we don't have a limited number of people who talk to each other. We have a large, in fact, Professor Zelmanov, the field medalist, he sent me an email that he attended and it was a great, interesting conference. First day he was there. So in fact, he cannot be here today because he's another meeting. And tomorrow again, we have third meeting. So, but he attended, he would not have come to Boston, I can guarantee, if I had invited him. He's so busy. I mean, then we have the opportunity. We are very lucky that we happen on Zoom or on the online.
All right. We will be doing more.
Thank you.
We will be doing more and more of these kind of seminars. These are so informative and so much wide publicity and so much more participation. So
I would like, thank you all. I would like to bring the president of the Jain Center of Greater for the part of the closing ceremony. Haresh Bhai, please start our closing ceremony. Again, we want to thank you, all the scholars and all the participants. Haresh Bhai, please yours.
Thank you, Pankaj Bhai. Jai Jinendra. On behalf of JCGB, I would like to thank everyone who basically participated in this virtual international symposium on Jainism and mathematics. I would specifically like to thank Pankaj Bhai Shah, Dr. Anupam Jain, all the session chairs, China Symposium Committee, Sir John Templeton Foundation, and the Uberoy Foundation for this event. I just wanted to state that even though we had this symposium in virtual space, we are still hoping to have this in-person symposium at MIT in future. This was the first of its kind symposium covering mathematics and Jainism, and obviously some other aspects as well. Like I look at from IT perspective, I did not know that like chakra and all that, they were there 1,000 years back. So again, I'm able to relate that now. I'm sure this was not an easy task for presenters to share their work in just 15-20 minutes. It's not a justice of their lifelong work to be shared in 15-20 minutes. But, we have to make sure that everybody gets a chance and are able to start communication. This is a historical perspective to role of mathematics in Jainism, and really was a one-of-a-kind experience for me and everybody, I would say. I would like to thank all the speakers for contributing their time and sharing their great knowledge. I know if I was to read all the books, it would take probably few generations of mine to read these books to gain the knowledge that was gained in these 3 days. So I would definitely like to thank everyone. And now I would like to invite Preeti Jain to say a few words and start the closing remarks from JCGB.
Can I say one thing, please? I forgot. Can I say? Yeah. The other fields medalist, Manjul Bhargava from India, he's in Princeton. He was also going to attend, but he had some family COVID problem. But he did get all the presentations and he will give me his comments. So he says it is going to be very interesting and I will like to read them. So I will also know from him what does he think about that. That is Bhargav. His name is Manjul Bhargava in Princeton. He's a fields medalist.
Thank you, Surendra Bhai. Thank you for bringing all the world-class mathematicians to our symposium. Thank you, Surendra Bhai.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Jain, please.
Hi, Jai Jinendra. Can you all hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So before we present the last item of our closing ceremony, we would like to again thank you, all of the scholars, respected Acharya Nandi Ghosturiji, Dr. Anupam Jain, Naren Bhandari uncle, Surin uncle, everybody, all of you have done such marvelous job to present your papers for the symposium. And you have to know that the impact that you guys are making is great, because the research papers that you have presented are being documented here and will be used for many, many generations to learn from. So as we all know, and that one sure way to keep our Jainism alive in future is to keep our current generation or the future generations interested and have a strong faith in learning. And this strong faith can only be built not only by rituals, but by connecting our ancient yet scientific scriptures with modern day science and mathematics. And you would be glad to know that Boston Jain Center and its Pathshala, the first in USA that was established 40 years ago under the visionary leadership of Yogen Jain, Rajen Jain, Kishore Shah, and few others, is very vibrant and has been very active in promoting Jain education for our youngsters. Under the leadership of our Pankaj Bhai here, our center had also hosted a North America-wide Jain Teachers Conference in late 90s, where 30 teachers together developed a non-sectarian Jain curriculum for US Pathshalas. And with tremendous support from our Praveen uncle here, Praveen Bhai Shah from Jaina Education, through the development of the Pathshala books in English that combine teachings from all sects, many of us parents who are doubled as Pathshala teachers from throughout North America have been able to do the grassroots work to instill Jain values and interests in thousands of Jain youth in North America. Additionally, various modern ways of teaching techniques are applied to keep our youth interested via projects, camps, techniques, projects, camps, and rituals and cultural programs, and participation in our biannual Jaina and YJA conferences. So we are hoping that some of these youth will be able to utilize the tremendous research that all of you scholars have been working on or presenting and will be continuing to work on. And we will be able to create some material for our next generation that would be easy for them to learn from. And hopefully they will become our future scholars. So to provide you with some visuals of what our Jain Center and our Pathshala has been doing for several years now, our team has put together a slideshow that we will be presenting now. So let's start the slideshow, please. Thank you. The audio is not on.
Preeti Ben?
Yeah.
This slideshow.
Yeah.
So is there any, I mean, is it will go on or the, is, I mean, so.
It's a 5-minute continuous slideshow.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we can start from the beginning. Yeah. Thank you.
नाम है तेरा
तारनहारा,
तब तेरा दर्शन होगा जिनकी प्रतिमा इतनी सुंदर वो कितना सुंदर होगा.
So Suren uncle, as you can see, there are about I would say thousands of Jain youth and Jain kids being prepared here, and with the knowledge that you all are sharing, and with the blessings of Guruji and all the scholars here, and Praveen uncle mainly, I am a fan of him for having created so much material, so much work for over, I think, 40 plus years. Amazing. So thank you.
Again, thank you all. Thank you again, everyone. We hope to see you at MIT. And I want to, we feel really great that we did have the audience, the number of people visit and stayed with us all this time. So I don't have our year and a half of 2 years of work. We feel that it has materialized and we feel very good about it. Again, I want to thank you, everyone. Thank you, the committee members, and thank you, main special thank yous to all the scholars who provided their PowerPoints, their abstracts, and their papers on time. Again, thank you all. Thank you so much. This concludes our first international symposium on Jainism and mathematics. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj Bhai. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you all the participants.